All right, greetings, folks. Welcome to Sentinel Apologetics with basically the entire Return of the King crew. So we are with Dr. David Falk and pretty much everyone who are fans of his and also part of the Sentinel community. And it's just one of those, well, it's a late night event for you guys, but it's early morning for me. And we just thought we'll do a simultaneous live stream at the same time that there's a stream going on with Dr. Josh Bowen and Dr. Kip on another channel. So the other stream is not going to start for the next, say, 10 minutes. But yeah, we just thought, last minute we just thought we'll just put this together, and Dr. Falk has graciously allowed some time to, sort of like a genuine live sort of exchange, sort of like stream for stream sort of thing. And yeah, we're just going to do this in Christian love. That's our primary focus first. And if you would like to introduce yourself, Dr. Falk, as well, if there are people that don't know who you are, go for it.
Well, my name is David Falk. I am an Egyptologist. I have 4 graduate degrees, and I'm also a biblical maximalist. I have 1 book that's in publication with a major publisher, which is The Ark of the Covenant in its Egyptian Context and Illustrated Journey. And my focus of research is the interconnections between ancient Egypt and the Bible. And I run a small little YouTube channel called Ancient Egypt and the Bible. So that's me in a nutshell.
Sweet. And since we are waiting for the other live stream, I thought might as well just do like a preliminary, next 10 minutes. If anyone out there has a question for Dr. Falk, or if anyone in here would like to ask Dr. Falk a question.
I kind of have one that doesn't necessarily revolve around the Old Testament, but more of, I guess you can say, something about the world itself.
Mm-hmm.
Do either you or Rob believe in those paranormal ghost videos? Because I've been wondering, how would that coincide with the Bible sometimes?
Well, the Bible does come from a very magical worldview. So there is some belief in spirits. Ghosts may not be, say, the spirits of the dead, but it does seem to affirm that it is a manifestation, probably demonic in some way.
So that's interesting, because I was just reading a church father. And so if we're familiar, some of us are going to be familiar with the whole Nephilim idea, right? It's the idea of like there's the disembodied spirits of these evil creatures or people from pre-flood times. And then this church father says something like, oh, ghosts are those who are here for evil intentions, not those who died in violence. And I'm like, huh. So for this guy, it seems he thinks just anyone who's evil ends up a demon.
Well, here's the thing with the church fathers is their opinion is going to be all over the map.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as one, say, static opinion, universal opinion from the church fathers.
I'm well aware of that. I just found it
representing dozens and dozens and dozens of authors.
I found it
one has their
interesting
own
in
particular
its
take.
correlation with the whole Nephilim mythos.
Yeah. And I'm not of the opinion that the Nephilim are evil spirits. I don't take that view. I take the view that, say, Nephilim are, say, the byproducts of a fallen, basically priesthood caste. Caste that essentially forsook its vows. Similar to what Sargon was in relation to his mother and father. In ancient Mesopotamia, there does seem to have been this great fear of an detuned priestess who conceives while undergoing her vow. So it does seem to very much parallel what we see from the Nephilim and the sons of God. Now, I'm not saying that there isn't some spiritual entity underneath that. And I think Heiser's right about that there's some spiritual entity beneath all that. And there's an allusion to that myth. But I also think, too, that, say, the Nephilim are not necessarily, at least in its, say, most wooden, literal sense, are not actually, say, fallen spirit creatures.
What about, like, Second Temple literature that just point blank says these watchers transform themselves into human males?
Well, okay,
and then
we got to be careful.
Becomes an unclean
we got to be a
spirit.
little careful about Second Temple literature. I mean, Second Temple literature is great when you start interpreting the New Testament. Absolutely, you can use your Second Temple literature for that because that's the context out of which, say, the New Testament is coming out of. But when you start talking about Bronze Age literature, okay, that's sort of.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not the context. And we have to be careful not to use Second Temple literature as a context for Bronze Age literature. Bronze Age literature is its own identity and its own presuppositions. You have to go back to other kinds of literature for that context, such as cuneiform tablets, Egyptian papyri,
Sure.
inscriptions. You know, those are the contextual documents that we use for interpreting Bronze Age literature.
Can I ask what Second Temple literature is real quick? Because I admittedly don't read that much books, and I really should.
It's basically also called intertestamental literature. So basically, all the literature that was written between, say, the Old and the New Testament.
Okay.
So essentially, after the temple was rebuilt during the lives of Ezra and Nehemiah, literature started to be written again that was non-biblical or extra-biblical. And that literature continued into, say, the 1st and 2nd centuries AD.
So it wouldn't be canon to the Bible, so to speak? Or
No, it's not canon to the Bible, but a lot of the biblical writers do quote it. It's frequently quoted.
Okay.
So you can take it on that basis as being part of the context of the New Testament. Easily.
Okay, I was just wondering. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I'm curious what you do with Genesis 6 then. Because if you don't apply the Second Temple framework to the first 4 verses of Genesis 6, then how would you do that? Because we've had Dr. Walton on here, and we've obviously had Dr. Heiser, and they seem to be in 2 different places. And I was hoping maybe you could kind of sort that based on.
I probably side on this more with Walton than with Heiser.
Yeah, I can see why now what you're saying. So what would you do with those first 4 verses then, per se? I mean, they're so brief. How can we just mine a whole,
Well, it's brief, but it's also highly contextualized too. So just first, so it's Genesis 6 here. Yeah. Now, I have some issues too with the whole idea that angelic beings can mate with human beings. I think there's some real serious theological, biological problems with this. So I think we do have to, say, take it into more of a Bronze Age context than Second Temple literature context. We got the problems of, say, federative responsibility. The idea that, when Christ is paying for the sins of mankind, he is doing so for the descendants of Adam, not the descendants of Adam and angels. We also have the issue of, and this is stuff that's been discussed for the last 100 years in the literature. This is not a one-off. Say, we're not just going from, say, the Bible to Michael Heiser here. This has been an ongoing conversation in the academy for over 100 years. So I think what we have to do is we have to be very, very careful here to look at that secondary literature and see what are the objections here, and do those objections have merit? Like for the whole example, as I said, the whole idea of angels producing DNA that which they can use then to procreate is deeply problematic.
This is not Michael Petro's class anymore. I apologize, Dr. Falk, for like, just a quick side tangent, for being so, I don't know, OCD about Petro lately, but oh my gosh, I've just been eating up his material and doing hidden good work, so yeah. Anyway.
So I think there's a better explanation for what's happening in Genesis 6:1-4. And that is that the sons of God are actually priests. And because we find this all over the place in say the ancient Bronze Age and literature. We find, the sons of Ishtar. Well, who are the sons of Ishtar? They're priests. They're caste of priests. In Egypt, we have the son of Re. Well, it's the priestly title of the king. So the sons of a god can be priests as well. So this is why I think that, even though that there might be spiritual entities, and this is an allusion to spiritual entities, like we find in Job. Job is the sons of God, and Job are definitely spiritual entities. But that doesn't mean that term doesn't have a secondary or even a primary meaning that's different than from what we find in Job.
Okay, they're going to be starting in a moment.
Mm-hmm.
So just before they start, I'm going to pull up 2 questions, be as brief as you want. One is by Swiftsea that says, why did the New Testament writers quote prophecies and passages from the Old Testament? Are they giving it new meaning or reinterpreting it? And
no,
the second one is... oh, okay.
Sorry. I like one question at a time, thank you.
Yeah, okay.
The New Testament writers are quoting prophecies and passages from the Old Testament because that was their scripture. That was their basis of truth, was the Old Testament. When say, it's said that, all scripture is God breathed. We have to remember that they're talking about the Old Testament. There was no New Testament when that was written. So they're talking about the Old Testament. And for the New Testament writers, the Old Testament was the scriptures. So are they giving it new meaning or reinterpreting it? No, not necessarily. But we also know that ancient writing too could have multiple interpretations. And a lot of these interpretations are just built into the structure of literature. Like, for example, amphiboly was very common among ancient writers. Writing in such a way that you're expressing 2 meanings at the same time. This was very, very common in ancient literature. Happened all over in Egyptian texts. It happened in Israelite texts. It was just very, very common.
Basically, them citing their sources, so to speak.
Yeah, they're citing their sources in the from the New Testament, and they are picking out a specific interpretation within that.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Oh, did you finish your answer, Dr. Falk? Yep. And then the second one is, so this is from S.J. Thomason, what does Dr. Falk think of the Deutero-Isaiah theory? Or even the 3 authors?
The idea there's 2 or 3 authors, and my video has frozen again, so I'll just...
What's the Deutero-Isaiah theory?
Basically, multiple authors to Isaiah. So the book of Isaiah, but the book, you have, say, the first, 20 chapters is Isaiah number 1, and then the next couple of chapters is Isaiah number 2, and meaning it's not all written by the same author. It's various different authors, and then those various different authors themselves are, like the Isaiah we have today is not penned from those authors, because once it's written down, it's like it also then goes through embellishments and edits and so on. And Dr. Falk has actually there we go, he's come back. Hey.
Yeah, this is going to be a perennial problem. I've got a new camera here, and I'm still working out the bugs. It tends to freeze every so often.
That's okay.
And if worse comes to worse, if it just freezes again, I'll just stay on audio.
Sure.
Okay, so the Deutero-Isaiah theory. I actually was asked this question on my last live stream, and the idea is that there's two Isaiahs. There's a Isaiah 1 and Isaiah 2, written by different authors. There was a commentary, and I can't remember the name of the author for the life of me, which was, I think it was in the Word commentary, that suggested that what you have in Isaiah is one massive reflection of text. So it's essentially a form of chiasm. So I tend to lean more to that view than I do to the Deutero-Isaiah view. So
Okay.
I think it makes just more sense of the text, honestly.
Now, they have apparently gone live. So here we are.
That's a nice look.
That's well, I paused their video, but oh boy,
You paused it at just the right time.
maybe that'll be a better way to look at it, because if we do it with us at the bottom, we can't see it. So
Yeah.
all right. Okay. Now I'm gonna unmute. If you guys can let me know if you can hear what they're saying, and then what I'll do is, if you guys want me to pause it, then I'll just pause it and then we can comment. So that's basically how it's gonna go. All right, here we go.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Atheist Network Group. Your boy.
Is he coming through?
Yeah, it's coming through on my end.
Yep, I can hear it.
I hear it
Sweet.
too.
Oz is here, per the usual, with you tonight, and I'm feeling a little froggy tonight, so be aware. But I don't know. Dr. Jimothy Majors ran off. I'm sure he'll be back, but we have some amazing guests for our panel tonight. We're going to watch an amazingly awful video, and we're just going to fuck up the whole video. But before we do that,
When they say
Oops.
fuck up the whole video,
Oops.
do they mean they're going to
Oops.
fuck up their sources?
Oops. No swearing on this channel.
Oh, sorry.
Go for it. No, I was just I'm fine. I'm an Australian, so trust me, Aussies have a pretty foul mouth, but yeah. Like oops. Basically those out there expect maybe foul language from these folks, so yeah.
But nice of them to poison the well at the start.
Sure.
I think I recall saying something like that about the first video I reviewed.
Dr. Kip, first time here with the Atheist Network Group. Thanks for joining us this evening for this conversation. Please share with everybody a little bit about you, your credentials, and the floor is yours.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for having me. So my name is Kip Davis. I am a PhD in Hebrew Bible, who specializes in Second Temple Judaism, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and in particular scribal culture and material philology, as it applies to researching ancient manuscripts. Since we're doing a rundown of the full credentials here, I'm just going to pull up my CV. I graduated in 2009 with a PhD in religions and theology from the University of Manchester. I have an MA and a BA in biblical studies and languages from Trinity Western University. I've served multiple postdoc appointments at the University of Agder in Norway, at Trinity Western in Canada, at the Norwegian Technical University, and I have worked closely with some of the most highly recognized
I've just increased the
scholars on Earth, including Emmanuel Tove. I was a co-editor on a book with him. George Brooke, Eugene Ulrich. So yes, I have. I've published my own PhD dissertation with E.J. Brill in 2014. In addition to that, I have edited 3 other volumes of collected essays and published, I think, 15 textual editions. These are official editions of Dead Sea Scrolls manuscripts. I was the principal investigator on the Museum of the Bible forgeries project, which just recently finished up, and I expect to be publishing a manuscript about the forgeries as well. My work has been featured on CNN, on The Guardian, in Haaretz. I've been on Good Morning America, and I was in a documentary on PBS Nova. So that's me.
And apparently he was good friends or a student of Peter Flint, who was actually one of my favorite Dead Sea Scrolls scholars. And as I understand it, based on my discussions with you, David, you also knew him.
Yes, I did. I've met Peter Flint, especially at the time I met him. He was at the Linear Library donating his sizable apocalyptic literature holdings, as well as his work on his notes in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Right.
So, if you want to see what Peter Flint did, you can go to the Linear Theological Library in Houston, Texas. They have all his papers. Mm-hmm. And too many junk eschatology books to actually know what to do with.
Totally just drive right over there.
Yeah. Any other comments, do you think, or is that?
Well, Trinity Western University used to be a respectable theological school. Used to be.
When did it start falling off?
It started falling off when it's decided to put essentially gut its Old Testament department and replace it almost entirely with positions concerned with the Dead Sea Scrolls. And part of the reason they did this was money. Really, it boils down to that. Trinity Western gets so much money out of its Dead Sea Scrolls Center that it can siphon a lot of it off to other departments. So that's the reason why it's, say, no longer a respectable theological college.
Wow,
it's taken a very left turn.
So wait, because I'm obviously not in America, I'm unfamiliar with some of these universities, but like Gleason Archer.
No, he didn't work there. You're thinking of Trinity. You're either thinking of Trinity International University, also known as Trinity Evangelical Divinity School.
Oh, okay.
Trinity Western is different. Trinity Western University was sort of the Canadian splinter of TIU. So what ended up happening was that Trinity Western broke off and formed its own college in the 1960s to service Canadians. Now, ironically, I actually have a family connection to Trinity Western. My mother did fundraising to help build Trinity Western University. So, when I was a small child, we would have our church picnics on the campus of Trinity Western University. We would do fundraisers for Trinity Western University. So I got to know Trinity Western University quite well as a child. And it's very sad to see what's become of it today.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay.
So, in case you guys didn't catch that, Dr. Kip doesn't know shit. He doesn't know a damn thing. So don't worry about it.
By the way, David, I think that's what you can do. I think you can, if your camera freezes, just press the off over here and then turn it on. And oh wait, you're muted. Yeah.
Yeah, I figured out how to restart the camera.
Sweet.
What the fuck? You have nothing to worry about. You have a panel that knows nothing. No, nothing. We're just here to talk shit. Dr. Kip, thank you. That is very, very impressive, and congratulations on all of that. And glad you're here to have this conversation with us. And then a friend of the channel and on our Discord, Pat Lowinger. What's going on, sir? How are you?
Oh, not much. Just thanks for making me follow that. So I'm Pat Lowinger. My list will be less distinguished, but I'm still proud of it.
You should be.
So I have recently received my second master's degrees in archaeology, and specialized in the classical Mediterranean from the University of Leicester. Prior to that, I received an MA in ancient and classical history from American Military University. I had quite a bit of break in education. Back in 1993, I received my bachelor's of science in microbiology and did some graduate work in molecular bio, and then had a career in between there. Currently, I am an instructor of various subjects, but including history and anthropology and archaeology at Tacoma College here in Washington State. I've previously taught both as a continuing education instructor and part of the lecture series for Western Washington University. I've published several articles both in academic and popular publication routes, and concerning particularly the classical period, focusing more on warfare in the ancient Mediterranean, which was the focus of my first master's degree. I am a member of the Society for Romanian Studies, proud member of the Archaeological Institute of America, also the Bulgarian Archaeological Association. I'm currently a staff member at the Archaeology at Halmiras project, which is an active excavation in Romania on the Danube Delta at the city of Halmiras, which is a Romano-Byzantine fort. I've been a staff member there for 5 years, and I'm ready to get doing talk some archaeology.
Awesome. And yes, thank you, Pat, for joining us this evening as well to watch this beautifully awful video. Now, my credentials, if we can run through this real quick.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm on YouTube. Boom. There you go. There you go, folks. Like, I don't care what Dr. Kip or Pat says. I just ran circles around him. Brevity is key. Brevity is key. But no, thank you guys very much. And then when Dr. Jim Majors, Mr. Mustache, jumps back in, we'll give him a chance to go through his credentials as well. And I believe he's driving back home from somewhere, and he'll be joining us later. But before we get into the video, Dr. Kip and Pat, were you able to see the video in its entirety?
You go first, Pat.
So I will say I initially listened to the video in its entirety. I then attempted today to watch the video in its entirety. About halfway through, I stopped out of anger, and having already been aware of the contents, I'm satisfied. I'm sure the reason for me stopping we'll get to later, but for right now, I've watched it 1.5 times. I'm confident that I'm qualified to comment on it now.
So I also did not get all the way through to the end of the video. I think I got about an hour in, and honestly, since I mean a lot of this stuff is outside of.
Okay, they must have been really, really ticked off to do a response video on a video that they haven't actually watched to completion.
Exactly, yeah.
This must have really been, hitting a nerve. That's all I can say is that it must have really hit a nerve that they are willing to go out on a limb to do a response to a video they haven't even completely watched. So, okay.
Yeah.
My own field of specialization. A lot of it was not something that I really felt qualified to comment on. But I have to say, I'm just really put out by the general snarkiness, especially from a guy like this.
Yeah, and that was going to be that was a great alley-oop, so to speak, Dr. Kip. Thank you very much, because my area of expertise is drinking. That's it. That's my area of expertise. It's also being able to very quickly and very easily sniff out somebody that's a smart ass and just being an asshole, right? So I can usually sniff it out pretty quick. And so you take that and then you compound it with the fact that Dr. Josh is like, that's my homie. Like, that's my dude, my buddy, my friend.
Okay, I'll just quickly say something and then David, you can go. I'm just going to put this out there. Like, David and I have gotten to know each other, 3 months, 4 months, or something?
Oh yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And trust me, if ever there was a person, like I'm from Australia of all places, and Australians can be sassy, and I mean that's why there's a little bit of a pun in the title of this video. And take it from me, we can very quickly differentiate between narcissistic behavior and people that have an agenda and how they are as persons. And I the one thing that that took me away as far as David's concerned is that when the very first interview stream I was going to do was I was actually running late, and I was I was actually driving, and then I phoned David. I was like, "Hey man, I'm on my way. You know, I'm going to be there." And David's like, "Take your time." And then when we did the stream, I not knowing who he is, I mean, I sort of had some engagement of what he does and so on, but thoroughly impressed with the way he doesn't, basically an Australian term, doesn't beat around the bush. Very like straight, and there's a whole heap of fans of Dr. Falk as a result of not only his channel that actually pre-existed our stream, but also because he did also the IP critique video, and IP and him are good friends. And basically there was this sort of like this explosion of, hey, you know, a scholar on the block that we can sort of like bounce ideas with, and he's become a good friend now with everyone, and we care about the content, the data that he shares. And at the same time, when you actually watch his live Q&As where we send super chats and so on, David is consistent with thanking the people and then answering the question, even if it's an off the cuff question like me asking, is that a Scotch glass, right? Like, he's just straight with it. And yeah, I mean, that's all I can say on the matter on that. Like, how the heck could you derive his response to Dr. Josh Bowen, who, by the way, I'm actually friends with. Yeah. Like, I all I see in that video is Dr. Falk just being a little bit grounded with the rules of scholarship, engaging in that context. Yeah. Whatever maybe personal issues going on around that scenario, yeah, you know, David, you can now sort of like explain for yourself.
Well, I mean,
but that's my opinion of it. The whole.
Yeah, let's call a spade here. The big objection at the beginning of this is, I'm a big blue meanie.
Sure.
That's the objection here. You know, I'm a big blue meanie. And we have to also understand too that what, you know, how Josh carries himself, Josh Bowen carries himself, is, you know, he plays this little psychological game. You know, I'm small, I'm harmless, you know, I'm a little mouse, don't hurt me. You know, and you can see how he tucks himself in, you know, try to make himself look smaller as he answers questions. And you know, this works not only on his, say, opponents, but his friends. So, you know, you attack the little innocent mouse, and now everyone comes rushing out to his defense. So, you know, it's a psychological game, and it's kind of a crummy game when you're attacking the faith of others. You're attacking the faith and beliefs systems of others, but you want to hide behind a shield of innocence. And I don't think you can have it both ways. You can't hide behind that shield of innocence and still, you know, undermine the faith of others. It's completely a manipulation.
I mean,
so out the gate, their criticism of me is I'm a big blue meanie.
Sure, I noticed.
I can kind of live with that.
I rewatched your Kool-Aid response video the other day, just you know, just to brush up again on whatever things I may have missed, and I actually noticed that at the start of your review was he's drawing like a cartoon character, and he's acting all like I'm cute and innocent in this, like as if it's like I've been there, done that. Now sort of like here's my regurgitation of, or my summarization of that experience, and I'm here to say it's toxic, blah blah, and you know it's, and then when Kool-Aid goes down, when Kool-Aid then shares the reasons why he's saying what he's saying, or why he made the video, he's quoting Ron Wyatt.
Yeah, yeah, he is.
Which is like, what the heck? Like,
well, Josh is you know, he's focused upon, you know, the fundamentalists. You know, he'll explicitly say he's attacking fundamentalism, but then he also throws in the other evangelicals too. You know, well, not all evangelicals are fundamentalists. I'm certainly not a fundamentalist, but it doesn't bother him one bit until that's pointed out, and then it's all hands on deck to to do the damage control.
Hmm.
And that's what this is right now. It's damage control. It's shaken up their community. And when I posted the original critique, I got a very, very vitriolic response because of it.
And that's the thing. Like, it kind of blows my mind. Why? Why be vitriolic?
Well, if my views don't matter, why did this bother anyone? If my views are so fringe and strange and out there, well, who cares? You know, I don't go out of my way to criticize, you know, the extreme fringes unless it's fun. I mean, if it's fun, I might, but
like
but I don't consider
in Acts chapter 5. You know, if this is real, if we can't stop it, but if it's nothing, then why touch it?
Yeah, exactly. You know, yeah, I might do a popcorn video someday on ancient aliens just because it's fun. I don't take it seriously, though. You know, I just, you know, and if that's their view towards me, though, then why are they taking me seriously? You know, in a sense, by them engaging it, they're just validating it. I mean, it's even kind of silly from a strategic view. You know, they would have been best off ignoring me. But now they've just sort of are opening here a can of worms that I don't think that they can close.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well,
Brand, like now I got to clap back.
By the way, as I skimmed through, you know, as I move my mouse over this, it seems like Kip and Pat are the only ones that are there. And then they get into the popcorn review 8 minutes into it from now. So we can still keep playing it. I don't mind just playing it for what it is, but it's at 1.5 speed. Or we can skip straight to when they start reviewing the video. So it's up to you. I can play it from you.
Josh is a very gracious person. He's not going to do a clapback video. Right. And like literally I watched it and it was I texted him almost immediately. I was like, so is this guy off limits? Like, is there any type of relationship there? Because I'll be goddamned if he tries to go on there and humiliate you and somebody not say something about it, especially as much as you do for the community for free.
Yeah.
That you put in the community. So yeah, I felt it was the right thing to do. You know, I mean, yeah, we'll have fun, but also I have to have his back. I have to defend what he and Megan, you know, are about in our community. So
okay, you know what? This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to like I'm going to keep playing it, but I'm going to keep skipping it. Anything that sort of catches my ear, I'll leave it, but then I'll keep skipping it until they start playing the clip.
You bet, man.
And I do have my popcorn ready. Thanks to
Mrs. Oz.
I do have my popcorn ready, so I have vodka and popcorn.
You're gonna get that camera right close up on your face there, Rod.
Do not tempt me with a good time. You know, a good amount of new theist followers. I want to make sure that this is perfectly than probably we typically are.
Exit. And if he doesn't know something, he starts off every sentence with, "This isn't my area of expertise, but this is what I think the leading scholarship might lean towards on this subject." So given those two caveats, you deserve quite a bit of grace when someone's doing something like this. And since Dr. Davey didn't give it to Josh, I'm not going to give it to him.
Uh-oh. It's not Dr. Davey.
Oh, that's mature. But you see, they want extraordinary treatment of Josh. Because you see the whole mouse routines worked on them too.
Sure.
So what have they got other than to be, you know, immature about it? Yeah, we'll see.
Like, just wait for disclosure at the beginning.
I concur.
Absolutely. And before we go, once I start playing the video, yeah. So Dr. Davey, there's this book that this guy.
Hey, not Dr. Oz. Would you be so kind as to read the blurbs, the endorsement blurbs on the book, because I think this is.
Oh no, Kip. Oh wait, can you guys hear it? Am I?
I couldn't.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, my bad. Sorry, I didn't swap the screen. Wait, were you hearing it at least?
Yeah, we were hearing it.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't swap the the screen thing.
You know, there are a lot of books that got endorsements. That doesn't mean.
Yeah. So, oh no, like, I hope he doesn't read Aaron Ra's endorsement.
Oh no!
This is fairly
Oh no.
important, and we'll only get a couple minutes in, and I can explain why. But it's important that you read the endorsement blurbs on the book.
On the back, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, I will. So for anybody that just recently, because we had the 2 back-to-back debates, you just recently joined the channel. You may not, when you hear myself or others say, Dr. Josh is the dude, the man. I know the volume 2.
Just one thing, I'm sure Kip will agree. Dr. Kip, sorry.
It's fine.
You notice Josh didn't put doctor on his title on his front page of his book. Just Joshua Bowen. Didn't write Dr. Joshua Bowen. Didn't write Joshua Bowen, PhD. Just Joshua Bowen.
Because why would you? Like, who does
Right.
that?
Well, we'll see.
Okay. The main point you made, which technically is not a root point anyway, but anyone can do whatever they want. Like, for example,
Yeah.
I'm not a specialist, and yet as a hobby, I'm writing what's called a central commentary on Mark and all that. All I'm doing is, I want to see what the scholars are saying, even though even though I haven't put money and effort and because I'm doing other things in my life. But the point is, I have no right ever to be a Ken Hovind and slap doctor next to my name. But so therefore, Josh, he has every right to write whatever he wants. Write a book.
Yeah.
He can even he can do like an independent publishing
Look,
thing.
if he wants to stick doctor in front of his name on the cover of his book, I mean, he's
doesn't
self-publishing
matter.
it. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, but your
But
point
nobody
in the
does
review
that.
is, yeah,
Nobody does that. So why even bring it up? I mean, I didn't do that.
yeah.
You know,
No,
on the cover of my book, on the bottom there, it's just my name.
Right.
That's it.
There you go. That's it.
Nobody
No,
does
but
this.
But that book though is Hendrickson,
It's Hendrickson, yeah.
which is a scholarly publisher.
Yeah, it's a scholarly publisher.
Yeah.
But here's the point of mentioning it in my video was that the fact is that it doesn't actually have the backing of, say, peer review or a publishing house. Now, just because you have it done at a publishing house doesn't mean you're going to get great peer review. Okay, that's fair. But at the same time, too, there's also this long, long history of self-published books that isn't quite so good. And if you pick the self-publications of we wade through the vast pile of self-published books, it can be very discouraging. It can be very, very discouraging. Because there's just no quality control there.
But that's your point.
That's my
in
point.
the original review.
Yeah, that's my point.
There was no character assassination going on.
No, there's no character assassination there. There was no attempt to say, that that it's not. I wasn't saying it was a bad book. It might be a great book. I think it could have been a better book if it had gone through a conventional publisher. Not that I want to help my opponent here, but it might have been a better book if there had been some feedback along the way. Because here's the one thing: when you're publishing a book, you've got so much material here, you kind of become blind to your own work. So things that may not be so good kind of slip through the cracks.
Yep.
Whereas if at least you have, say, in the case of, say, a publisher, they're going to look at it for what's the marketability of it, how other scholars are going to react to it. They'll send it out to other scholars to peer review it. And there's checks and balances.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll tell you, dude, it's like the guy in high school. It's like, I got the biggest in the world. Okay.
Oh, for goodness sake.
So you're gonna do the blurbs?
Yep, right here.
Gotta do the blurbs.
So, exhibiting sorry, I'm trying to get under my light so I can read it. Exhibiting viable depth knowledge across a wide range of texts and topics, and with more than a dollop of humor spread throughout, Bowen has written a useful and much-needed overview to some of the most significant topics in the study of the Hebrew. Sorry, that's from Dr. Joel Payton, professor of Hebrew Bible, Yale Divinity School.
I know from experience that they don't hire rubes at Yale. But there's another good one on there too, I think.
Yeah, but there's 3 on the back, so we'll just go ahead and read
Sure.
read the 2 here. This is more than a book about the Hebrew Bible, and it's more than a book for atheists. It's a masterclass in how to read and understand the Hebrew Bible on its own terms. This book is essential reading for anyone who'd like the tools to excavate the Hebrew Bible for themselves with precision, skill, and intellectual integrity. And it's Dr. Francesca, and I can never pronounce it.
Stavrokopoulou.
Thank you, Dr. Kip. I'm glad you're here.
Oh yeah, she has an axe to grind, that's for sure, with sacrifice in ancient Israel.
No bias there.
And I actually made a video specific with respect to I forget his name now, but his latest book was on ancient child sacrifice in child sacrifice in ancient Israel, and Heiser touched on that. And Francesca was the one of the scholars that dissertation in 2012 was responding to. How ironic. And Josh Bowen actually interviewed the guy. And he's being critical of Francesca. And,
Francesca's really on sort of the extreme liberal end of scholarship.
Yeah.
So you can think of scholarship as being a continuum, from very, very conservative to very, very liberal, and she's on that far edge of that. And she'll say things that other scholars will just sort of cringe at, just because she can say it because she's attractive and can get away with it. You don't have to defend yourself quite as much on television as you do, say, in a peer-reviewed publication.
Sure, if you're quite approachable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Here.
From the University of Exeter.
Yeah, I was about to.
Sorry, I apologize. So again, another qualified academic, widely recognized and respected academic in the field, who's read the entire book and thought enough of it to provide a full-throated endorsement of the book.
Yep, and
so does
respect is a subjective term.
Are endorsements
no
peer review?
No, they're not peer review. I mean, anyone who says endorsements are peer review is daft. That's not peer review. I mean, look. I mean, there might be just like 3 days between receiving a request for endorsement and turning around and sending it back to the publisher. That's not a time for a proper peer review. In peer review, you're going through the entire text with a fine-tooth comb. You're underlining things. You're saying comments like, "Hey, this is wrong. You might want to reconsider this. You might want to, where's your source for that?" Endorsements aren't peer review. Good grief. If that's what they call peer review, I mean, that's just shoddy. That's just shoddy.
I mean,
ask me what I really think about that.
Yeah, I hope that they're not doing so in that context. Yeah. Now, I think the last endorsement is R and Ra. So guess what, Dr. Falk? Guess what? Now this is peer review, okay?
Oh, absolutely. By a subject matter expert.
Yeah.
Last one. Bowen's book reminds us that the Hebrew Bible is not precise, and the evidence is overwhelmingly that it wasn't written by Moses. This assembled compilation of works from unknown authors, editors, and redactors promotes barbaric cruelty, and it contains failed prophecies and irreconcilable contradictions, such that a literal interpretation of all of it is untenable. R and Raw.
Oh yeah.
I'm embarrassed.
Oh.
I'm embarrassed.
If I had anything to drink in my mouth, I would have spit it out.
I don't think there's anything
nobody
that
is
needs to be
claiming
said.
a literal view of this except for maybe some extreme fundamentalists. It's just like it's a straw man. It's a straw man. The endorsement is a straw man.
Just quickly, briefly recap in that video review a very interesting psychological thing that you mentioned, and that is, just as you have fundamentalist Christians, you have like fundamentalist atheists.
You do.
But I forget now how you were, but the way you were was really good. Do you know what I'm referring to in that? You
Well,
said
I mean,
talking
look,
about the
it's
like
the same,
like a,
the same sort
like a
of
bias or an agenda.
Yeah. Well, people have, everybody has a bias. That's nothing new. Say extreme fundamentalists have a bias of reading the text literally and coming up with a literalistic interpretation. Well, atheists, a lot of them came out of fundamentalism. So they are leaving fundamentalism with a one interpretation mindset. And that mindset is going to cause them to read the text just as literally as they did when they were fundamentalists themselves. It's essentially, it's two sides of the same coin. Fundamentalism and atheism are two sides of the same exact coin. And all you're doing is just flipping the coin.
That's how you put it, yeah.
It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing.
Because they give the impression in some people's minds that it's generally conceived that since they don't have a faith claim, that they're more normal, and then they use, I guess, that impression of being more normal in that very aggressive way, I suppose, even though they're not specialists in the field, to have some form of credence in the discussion. And then the irony is, like when I spoke with Aaron Robb, when I actually debated the guy, how that happened was hilarious. I was just in a room. A friend of mine back then, who organized it, he organized it without me knowing about it. He messaged Aaron Ra to come in. I'm in the room just chilling, and then boom, Aaron Ra comes in. And it's the three of us. I'm just like, whoa, what the heck? And so then we started chatting, and then I'm a layman. I'm talking to him about the scholarship, and it's like this knee-jerk reaction where I don't want to accept that there are scholars who also have a faith creedal statement to their name, which also you pointed out in that review.
Sure, everyone's got, as I say, everyone's got a bias. Right. Some will have a creedal bias. Some will have an anti-creedal bias. But the fact is, here's the difference: is do we recognize our biases? Mm-hmm. And if you recognize your biases, you can still produce good scholarship.
Yeah.
And that's what it comes down to at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And recognizing
that's
our
what
biases.
Matters.
Yeah, that's what matters.
Yeah. And also, a good friend, he's a scientist, Joel Duff. He says in the outside chat, he says, self-published works become references included in other self-published work, which lends the air of academia. So it's like it gives the perspective of that. And then he continues, reminds me of the world of young creationist publishing. They talk as if they are reviewed and edited by a publisher, but most YAC organizations own their own publishing houses.
Well, I'm doing a PhD examination right now. And one of the things I have to ding this person on is using self-published works in her PhD dissertation. They're not peer-reviewed. They're not quality publications. And low-quality publications are unacceptable for a PhD dissertation.
Sure. And here's a final comment for now. Tui, who is the husband of his wife in the stream, he says, irreconcilable contradictions is a great word. It only requires one plausible explanation to call it reconcilable.
Mm-hmm.
I love Tui's very subtle, psychological reanalysis of all these discussions. It's just a breath of fresh air. So, okay.
Boom, roasted.
No, sorry.
All right, now let's bring Skippy, little Skippy here on the screen. Look, see, just first glance, I'm already like, I can't take you serious. Who streams? I'm full of ad hominems like that.
Hey, if you can't take Dr. Fox in that context, you should see the meme that's gone around with the popcorn bowl and.
That's bias.
Yeah, this is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
This is like so obvious. Like, I just don't like this guy's face. He makes me mad.
I'm so mad.
All right, let's go straight to it
tonight. Who stream?
For his Patreons to get some money to buy a new webcam. So maybe they will pitch in and buy him some headphones too.
Wow, I mean, okay, just a quick question. Do they know you in real life, like especially Kip?
No, I've never met Kip.
Okay.
I've had one exchange in the YouTube chats, and that's all I've ever spoken to him. They've never met me in real life, even though Kip lives about like 20 miles away from me. I've never met him.
All right.
Yeah, I'll leave that one. I'll just leave that one.
And the video you've all been demanding.
Okay, this is what you call Inception. A review of a review of a review.
Today, we are going to do a popcorn review of Digital Hammurabi here on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Okay, we are going to do a popcorn review of the most recent Myth Vision YouTube video, Does Archaeology Bury the Bible? On this, Derek Lambert interviews Dr. Joshua Bowen, who's better known as Digital Hammurabi. Now, who is Dr. Josh Bowen?
What's a Hammurabi?
Really? Code of Hammurabi?
I thought it was Hammurabi.
No. Whatever. I mean,
Hammurabi?
Maybe it's because he's Canadian.
Right.
He's
Just
actually
know how to say it. Don't be smart.
He's actually just down the road from me here in Vancouver.
There we go.
So
Yeah. Oh, and for the chat, yes, Petty is fully activated, like to the extreme. So just
okay.
Hammurabi. I mean, Dr. Josh, and I laughed because there was a YouTube creator that had one. I was like, "This is Dr. Josh from Digital Hammurabi," and he told me exactly how it was. So
I didn't. To be honest, I didn't really hear you pronounce Hammurabi or something.
No.
I don't know what they're hearing, to be honest.
And how would you know the vowel vocalization anyway?
Yeah.
It's a silly objection. I think we're going to find a lot more silly objections too.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm done.
Okay.
He holds a PhD in Assyriology and a Master of Arts in Near Eastern Studies, both from Johns Hopkins University. He also has a Master's of Theology from Capital Bible Seminary, and he holds a Bachelor of Science, yes, a Bachelor of Science in Religion from Liberty University. So his background is that he is a Christian fundamentalist. He comes from a Christian fundamentalist background. And like many Christian fundamentalists who have gone to university, he lost his faith and is now an outspoken critic of the Bible. So what we're going to do today is we are going to look at this interview and put it through the popcorn reaction test and see.
Is now a good time to start going through some of David Falk's credentials?
I think so. I think it's appropriate. Since you pulled up his CV, I'll let you do the damage.
Okay. Fuck yes, do it.
All right. So who is David A. Falk? Well, we should probably point out that he missed one pretty important item on Josh's CV, and that's the fact that Josh actually won a Fulbright.
Right.
It's pretty important stuff. You have to do something pretty significant to win a Fulbright scholarship. So, and we'll get into some of these. So, David A. Falk has a PhD in Egyptology from the University of Liverpool, where his supervisors were Mark Collier and Stephen Snape. He has an MA in Near and Middle Eastern Civilizations from the University of Toronto, an MA in Near Eastern and Biblical Archaeology and Languages from Trinity International University. He has an MDiv from Trinity International University. Do you want to tell us, Pat, about Trinity International University?
Trinity International University is a basically Christian, very Christian. It's in the vein of Liberty University. It is a theologically inspired school. I don't want to demean it.
Okay.
Oh gosh.
Oh boy.
Wait, should I keep playing or?
Yeah, just stop a moment.
Okay.
To say that Trinity International is in the same vein as Liberty University is just crazy talk. You know, Liberty University is a fundamentalist university. It really is. Trinity International is a non-denominational Christian university. You know, people from all denominations, even Buddhists, come and study there. So, you know, it's a mischaracterization of the institution. And they're not on the same level. Not on the same level at all. Trinity International University produces world-class scholars. You know, Liberty University, well, that's much more ideological in its approach to, say, teaching. So there's a definite difference between the two. You can continue.
Oh, yep.
It too much further, but there are some problems with some of the scholarship coming out of there because it is theologically biased and not considered secular scholarship.
Right.
So it is a school and an institution with a bent towards furthering the Christian worldview and Christian narrative in all subjects that come out of it. It's part of their mission statement.
Wait, and that makes
it's fair to say
problematic?
that he entered.
Oh, sorry.
Just because it's a theological institution doesn't mean it's necessarily problematic. You know, that's something you would expect an atheist to say. Okay, but there's also you know, the one thing about you know, studying at Trinity was there's actually no compulsion to hold their views. You know, there's just no, you know, no one made me sign a confessional statement or anything like that. So, you know, I don't know where they get that from, honestly, other than it's their preconceived notions.
Well, really quickly, they're
His own stuff.
Oh, sorry, go for it.
Really quickly, they're probably just using the Tuplake fallacy, the hypocrisy fallacy. So.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Studies from a position of faith, maybe not too dissimilar from Dr. Josh. So he now I'm not entirely sure if this is a present position or if he's finished his contract.
I just want to say again, hovering my mouse over the right to the end of their stream. They still haven't come in. Neither Josh nor Jim, or it's just Kip and Pat. So
track there, but his most recent placement was at the Vancouver School of Theology as a research associate, and on his CV it says studying Egyptian culture and its intersection with the formation of early Israelite identity. He listed some awards, honors, and distinctions on his CV. In 2016, he was awarded an FDLR grant by the Department of Classical Near Eastern and Religious Studies at the University of British Columbia, which is very good. And I think that's probably got something to do with his position at VST.
Let me just say this right off the bat. I even took a selfie. It doesn't mean anything because at the end of the day I'm a nobody, but I took a selfie of your book. I finally got in the mail. I read it like overnight, and I was just like, oh my gosh, it's just an amazing piece of work. But
my FDLR grant, actually, I earned that before VST.
Oh, okay.
I'm still currently at VST, but I received the FDL grant while I was actually working at the University of British Columbia.
Nice.
One of the things I noticed that Kip does is he doesn't exactly read the CV very carefully. So I've noted that he makes a number of mistakes as he reads it.
Okay.
No, I earned the FDL grant before VST.
And at the end of the day, this is sort of, in my opinion, not entirely petty, but
that's mockery.
Sort of, it's like a tennis match. I mean, they're presuming it's a tennis match because what you're doing is, you're you're being fair with, say, the credentials of
Mhm.
Dr. Bowen. I mean, regardless of, that's the thing. At the end of the day, okay, there's credentials, but
Mhm.
like anyone can get a PhD, for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then a PhD, I mean, tell me if I've got this right. A PhD just is a way of saying you know how to do, say, original research.
It's giving you the foundation to start to learn.
And then, but
Think
then
of it kinda
there's
like
this
a
thing
black
called
belt.
postdoc research,
Yeah,
right?
think of it like a black
Yeah.
belt. A black belt's not the end of your martial arts training.
Right,
It's the beginning.
right,
It means you got the fundamentals down.
yeah,
PhD is just like a black belt. It doesn't make you an expert, but it gives you the tools to become one.
right. But that's exactly right. And then you have this thing known as like an H index,
Mm-hmm.
moving forward, and
Yeah.
yeah.
He was awarded in 2013 second place for best research poster in the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at Research Day at the University of Liverpool. I mean, it's not first place, and it's not a Fulbright. So, sorry, what was that, Pat?
So basically, he's bragging about getting runner-up
Yeah.
for his skill with crayons. This is the reality of it.
In his department.
Right. So remember, when my kids were little,
not
they won
my
awards all the time. I hung them
department.
on the refrigerator.
My faculty. Wasn't my department, my faculty. The Faculty of Arts and Humanities. There was over 500 posters there. Okay? And doing a research poster is a delicate art. You have to summarize your research in a way that's convincing and compelling.
Yep.
So, I don't, they make it sound like it's a department of 10 people. It's not. It was a faculty of 500. That's a little different. It's a lot different. So,
With a fucking magnet, but it didn't mean that it was worthy to go outside the house, right? Sorry, I've been drinking. So those that know Pat drinking, you're getting drunk history tonight. So.
Okay. So he was also awarded a Tyndale House, Ancient Near East Studentship. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with Tyndale House, this is an institution at the University of Cambridge that is unaffiliated, not officially affiliated with the University of Cambridge, but it's like an evangelical center, and you can enroll. I'm trying to explain how this works. In the UK, and in particular at some of these schools, like at Cambridge and at Oxford, these are like some of these very, very old universities, are collections of like dozens of smaller colleges who all exist underneath the umbrella of the University of Oxford or the University of Cambridge. So if you're an evangelical and you want to do a PhD at the University of Cambridge, you can apply to one of these smaller colleges, and if you get accepted, that's awesome. But if you're really scared about those big bad secularists who might challenge your preconceptions that you developed as a Christian, then you can also go and affiliate yourself with Tyndale House, and they will provide you courses to help insulate the pre-existing deductive shield that you already have firmly in place to ensure that none of the secularism gets in. So this is Tyndale House, and apparently.
Again, since
one note here: I didn't actually study at Tyndale House. They just gave me lots and lots of money. They essentially gave me a free ride. So it's not that I was studied there. I studied at the University of Liverpool, but Tyndale House paid my way. You could say that's almost like a Fulbright scholarship.
I was just thinking that. Yeah.
And Tyndale House just doesn't give away money.
Yeah.
They don't just give away money. Very few people ever get that.
I mean, there's some prominent scholars also at Tyndale.
Donald J. Wiseman was at Tyndale. Peter Williams is the warden of at Tyndale. Would anyone mock their scholarship?
One that comes to mind is David Instone Brewer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Tyndale House is known for its scholarly excellence, not its insularity.
But see, guys, I have to make my preconceived notions to fight against this guy I don't like.
Yeah, so Joel Duff says, agreed, a poster award in many contexts is a big deal. This dumping on credentials is so silly. Acknowledge the credentials and then see if peers find a subsequent worthy of paying attention to. So, right on point.
We're both in our institutions are both in the UK. Something that's also important. These people that are associated with these houses, this is like Royal Holloway and King's College London and some of these other institutions which are subsidiary in the region. People need to understand how it works. This would also be a place where you can get support. Other Christian scholars would be willing to.
To be honest, I think let me just keep skipping through because people in the outside chat are like, let's just get to the meat of the subject because now it's just my sensei is better than your sensei.
I would say something, but it's very inappropriate. But
no, you don't need to.
It's stick measuring contest. Let's just say.
Yeah.
Help you resolve. Like if you're having a problem with a professor who's challenging your worldview and you're just unable to reconcile it, there may be. I think that's fair.
Yeah, right? I think that's fair. Thanks, Pat. So I've got one more here before I think we can move on, and it might be my favorite one. But he has listed on his CV a warrant for a grant of arms that was signed by the Canadian Heraldic Authority under the direction of the Governor General of Canada. And when I first saw this on his CV, my response was, what the fuck is that? Because I'd never heard of such a thing. I've since learned that the Canadian Heraldic Authority is the institution in our country that will I mean, what do? Do they make coats of arms?
No, they research and verify coats of arms that either originate in Europe or other parts of the world.
All right.
By full disclosure,
No, they don't.
I have to let everybody know I am a board member.
Yeah, Pat's wrong here. The Canadian Heraldic Authority is the lowest branch of the Canadian honor system. Okay, it's very similar. Every country has an honor system. In England you've got knighthoods, okay, and various levels of knighthoods. In Canada you've got the Order of Canada, and then it goes down to its lowest rank, which is, say, the Canadian Heraldic Authority. And yes, it does provide. It does not research coats of arms. It issues grants of coats of arms, essentially the right to have a coat of arms. And in order to qualify for that, you've had to have made a substantial contribution to Canadian society. So for that warrant to be signed, essentially what happens is you file some paperwork, and then government investigators check out all your background and then see if you are actually worthy of a warrant, and then they issue a warrant. So that's all it is. It's not a say coat of arm house. There's no research of your if you have a coat of arms already. It's a granting of a new coat, as it were. And as I said, it's the bottom rank of the Canadian honor system.
Well, either way, it's quite impressive to me.
It's still a credential.
Yeah.
It's still an honor.
Member for the Augustine Society, which is a private nonprofit here in the United States, which one of the aspects they do is they do the same thing with verification and granting of heraldries. But it's a private organization. I know it's formal in other countries like Canada and Scotland and other places.
Okay. So Pat, would you put
Canada
this on
is a government
on your CV?
organization.
Well, it's not an academic, and I mean it'd be like me saying, "Yeah, I was a Boy Scout."
Yeah. Well, there we go. So
I think it belongs.
Not quite.
I think it's fair.
Not quite. Boy Scouts are a private organization. The Canadian Heraldic Authority is a government agency under the branch of the Governor General of Canada. So it's not the same as the Boy Scouts. It's not the same as a private organization. It's a government agency.
I have a PhD in scholarship.
If this is an example of how well they can research things, it's oh, this is getting cringe.
Yeah, I want to skip straight.
We
to
run through all the credentials here for Dr. His PhD from Liverpool is legitimate. And I ordinarily don't pay much attention to people's CVs beyond that terminal degree and what they've been doing in the meantime.
But you're angry.
And their publications, which we will get into as we move forward here. But for Dr. Falk to be calling out Josh's background and Josh's credentials,
No, you're not calling, like, you're not calling him out.
No, I'm not.
You're just pointing out the simple fact that he got a degree from Liberty University.
Yeah.
Well, not
A theology
well,
degree.
No, but it's not just that. There's a chronology. Like, he started with there, but then he did get an official Assyriological.
Yeah, he's got good degrees. I'm not knocking his degrees one bit.
Yeah.
But at the same time, too, once you earn that PhD, if you start publishing self-published books, it kind of has a smell to it. You just, you have to start asking some legitimate questions. Why? Why is he doing that? Okay. I don't think that's an illegitimate question.
Basically, this comment. So Falk didn't even attack Josh's credentials. He just pointed out that Josh had a fundamentalist upbringing and then became an atheist, which is something Josh admits himself.
Yeah.
I mean, Josh goes out of his way. This is, again, Josh knows that I've never, ever, whenever I bring him up, I've never had any, like, ill will against him. He knows this.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm about to say is what Josh says, okay? And he's openly said this.
Yeah.
That he was a mid-Acts dispensationalist Christian.
Mm-hmm.
And he himself says, you can't get any more fundy than that. So it's just, that's it. Like,
he admits it himself.
I'm not
What's
gonna
more to say?
I'm not gonna hate the guy. Like how dare you, Josh?
And even Josh will admit that, say, self-published works have a history of being problematic.
Yeah.
Even he admits that.
You would expect more from a guy in his position. So
what position?
Sorry, I keep eating the popcorn.
No, it's fitting.
You're not the only one.
3, 4, 5 days, whatever, a couple debates, and people sitting this way and ask, and you probably did miss the basis of it. So this son of a bitch right here, he talked shit about our boy Dr. Josh.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, you was spanking Josh, and they're upset when really you weren't doing that.
What a handsome photo.
Yeah. In fact, I used that exact photo with respect to
that photo is now 5 years old.
Like, if you're gonna do a smear campaign, don't use a good photo. Like, that looks professionally done.
Well, thank you. I took it myself.
Hey! Self-photography is an art.
It's hard.
Agreed.
And to be fair, so I don't know. I mean, I just want to add a little bit to what Kip said. Like, in academia, if you do a hit piece on someone, which this is the YouTube equivalent of, you need to be expecting that you're going to get drugged through the ringer. Like, a common portal that a lot of academics post to work on is a site called Academia Edu. You post a paper, you ask for reviews. If you're one of those guys that goes in or gals that goes in and just hammers people's work consistently, you either have two choices. You don't post anything in reply on your own work, or you get ready to get hammered. Now, there's ways to do this professionally. If you have a real problem with someone academically, you first approach them and ask them for clarification before you openly and publicly deride their work. Because A, you might not be right, but B, if you do that, then no one offers you that same professional courtesy, which is like, okay, you do it to these people, now you've set yourself up to do it to them. Kip and I are fully aware that what's going to happen now are people are going to look at us and drag us to the mud, but I don't care because I'm an old man. So
yeah, welcome to YouTube.
So
I've been through the mud, so it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm from
Good.
the mud.
This could have been this could have been handled in an entirely
mud.
professional way.
I was born in.
Okay.
Bury the Bible, or is Dr. Joshua Bowen just blowing smoke? So let's get into it.
Ladies and gentlemen, get the book Dr. Joshua Bowen wrote.
Yes, that is Joshua Bowen's book, The Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament. It's also self-published, as most of his books are self-published. This is not a book that went through a lot of peer review in all likelihood. If he's publishing it himself, usually that means he can't get it published elsewhere. So already I'm just
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, can we talk about self-publishing though?
Yes.
Yeah, can we?
Yeah.
Because
So-
I just want to go off. So now I'm eating my fucking goddamn popcorn.
So also, I should say before the title, does the Bible? What is it? Does archaeology bury the Bible? is, and it's something to keep in note. This is actually, is it from a lecture? I think it's from a lecture that was actually delivered by one of the most highly respected, well-read archaeologists of the period in the discipline, William Deaver. So this isn't Josh's title, clever title, and this is what Derek from MythVision, who's running a business, has kind of thrown out there for clicks. But let's talk about self-publishing. And the reason I had you, Oz, read those endorsements right ahead of the show of Dr. Josh's book is because while his book didn't go through a peer review, and he had his own reasons for self-publishing, they get to control the publication a lot better, and they actually make money off of it.
Yeah, but look at that smile, as One Way has just suggested.
I mean, I don't make a dime off of anything that I publish. The academic publishers just eat all that up. So it's, it can make sense in
I don't
certain
know.
contexts.
I've made some good money.
And Dr. Josh's book is not.
Sorry?
I've made some decent money off of academic publishing.
So wait, then what does he mean by that? Like,
what he means is he can't sell it. First of all, look, he published it with Brill. Brill charges like $8,000 to be published.
Wow. Okay.
So yes, being when Kip published his dissertation with Brill, it was very prestigious, but he's not going to make any money off of that, probably ever, because he's paying the publisher to publish him. See, I'll never do that. I'll be straight up here. I want publishers to pay me for my work, not the other way around. Yes, I do my academic work, which is pro bono, like the peer-reviewed stuff. You don't get paid for peer review. But for books, oh yeah, I think the publisher should pay me, not the other way around.
So why does Brill require 8K?
Okay, it requires 8K because they're situated in the Netherlands. And in the Netherlands, publishing houses are affiliated with, say, the PhD granting system. So when you go do your PhD in the Netherlands, you don't pay a dime for tuition. However, you have to publish your dissertation after your defense in order to be awarded your PhD. So what happens is it's created a market. So they're not paying students over there, aren't paying for tuition, but they pay the publishers to publish their dissertations.
Interesting.
So every publisher in the Netherlands charges money for publication.
That smells like just selling your intellectual property.
Well, it is in many respects. It's not such. I mean, you're buying the right to be published. Now, publishers like Brill do have very, very stringent peer review guidelines as well. Okay, so it isn't just vanity publishing. But if you go down that avenue, you can expect not to make a dime on your academic publishing.
Now, another quick question. Say you're going into it knowing you're not going to make a dime, right?
Yeah.
But you still go with it anyway. And are you doing that? Are you doing it one of two ways? Either to show off, or that you're actually you want to demonstrate that, look, Brill, because it's like a
very prestigious.
It's prestigious, so therefore I want to showcase that this work is indeed of that quality.
Yeah.
Which is it? Like, could it be both?
It can be both. It can be both. Yeah. It's really to give yourself to get academic credibility. But I don't think it's the only way to get academic credibility. I think there are other publishing houses that offer authors some financial compensation, and at the same time give you that academic credibility. That's one of the reasons why I chose Hendrickson Publishers, is because, frankly, they're going to give me some money in exchange for publishing my work.
But if you publish with Brill, do you get more? I don't know. You're more exposed for people to use your work.
You get some exposure. You get the credibility, but not necessarily more sales. because volumes from Brill are incredibly expensive. A small book can be $300 to $500, and it's published by Brill. And part of the reason is they don't have to make a profit. They don't have to sell books. They've already got your money. So you don't have the same distribution that you might have from a different publishing house. But you do have credibility.
Yeah.
No one may read your book because no one can afford it. But you got respect. It's a strange game of academic publishing.
Yeah.
Presenting novel ideas. It's not an academic publication. It's a book for lay people. So all that aside, this is still a book.
That's fair.
That was managed to court the endorsements of two very well recognized scholars in the field. So while it wasn't peer reviewed, it's not a
and one other.
I mean, it's not a nothing work. There's some.
Yeah, and one other. Okay. Yeah, you've got 2 recommendations from your friends. So what?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. It may not be a peer-reviewed publication. That's fine. It could be a tremendously good lay publication. Fair enough. But I'm not reviewing his video as a layman. I'm reviewing his video as a PhD holding Egyptologist.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I am going to actually have to say, okay, well, I'm just not impressed.
And that's your prerogative.
Mm-hmm.
Just as there are other scholars that may be in between you and, say, Kip, that may be like in that halfway position. And yeah.
Substance in there. But I wanted to bring up the self-publishing bit here because something else that appears on David Falk's CV. He's got in his publications, he's got like 3 journal articles and 3 book chapters. He's got another chapter in a conference proceedings volume. And then he has listed here a monograph. So a monograph is a large, detailed scholarly publication. So this is my monograph. So, and it's about 320 pages long. It's based on my PhD dissertation. It was published by the academic publisher, E.J. Brill. So David Falk lists on his CV from 2012 a monograph titled Ancient Egypt and the Origins of Gnosticism, an Exploration into Egyptian Pre-Socratic Literary Traditions and Philosophy. It's 144 pages long, and it was published by Lambert Academic Publishing. Who is Lambert Academic Publishing, you might ask? Well, if you Google Lambert Academic Publishing, it will bring you to a page that says in large letters, "Publish my book." So this is it's a self-publishing dissertation service of sorts.
Actually, Kip, let's be fair. It's worse than self-publication because self-publication is admitting. Places like Cambridge, there are like these off-brand publishers, like Cambridge Publishers, right? Is another one of these. Oh, it must be Cambridge University Press.
Yeah,
no,
right.
Cambridge Publishers is another. We'll take a name, sounds like, and you pay us to publish your book. And so he's paying to publish his book. And to use the title monograph for those outside academia, monograph means it's been reviewed typically through an institution or at least an advisory body that allows it to be called a monograph.
Well,
right?
not
You don't just,
yes and no. Yes and no. It doesn't quite mean that. A monograph is just simply a extended long work. There's no implication of peer review here. Now, that particular work happened to be my master's thesis. And it was actually published in 2011. Now, I will be the first person to admit that Lambert Academic Publishing is a scammy publication service. But it's not self-publishing either. I don't own any a portion of it, and I'm not paying them to publish that work. They paid me. They're still paying me. I don't see a problem with taking a master's degree. Now, let's face it, master's degrees are very, very difficult to publish. Unless you can break it down into peer-reviewed articles, it's very, very hard to publish a master's degree. And in 2011, nobody knew about the predatory aspects that would later come to that publisher. So, I don't have any problem telling people that I was published by a lap. So when if they're going after me publishing my master's thesis with with a dissertation publishing service. And by the way, all our dissertations are published by a dissertation service.
Yeah.
ProQuest Digital Dissertations.
Yeah.
Or if you're in England, the British Library. We're all published by dissertation services because there's always the expectation that our theses and our PhDs have been peer-reviewed by the dissertation examination. Even a master's degree has to go through an examination, an oral exam. At least many of them do. Mine did. So it's
and
not.
That's how it used to be. That's how it always
it's
used
not
to be done
exactly unpeer-reviewed.
Yeah.
And I did this as a very strategic way of taking a master's thesis that would have had no other value otherwise, raised the quality of it, and then made it available. And frankly, at least now the information from that master's thesis is available to people, where it wouldn't be available unless they had a subscription to ProQuest. And frankly, a private subscription to ProQuest is very, very dear in price. So
Also
if he's going after me for what I did during my master's thesis, my master's years, yeah, that's pretty sad. That is pretty dang pathetic.
Some quick audience observations. I think this has been fruitful, actually, and I'm thankful it has been. I'm just wondering if this was sort of like just really dry and, should we be going through this sort of thing? But at least there's comments like this. This is actually useful information. I'll be applying for PhD programs next year and was not aware of the publication nuances. And then Joel Duff says, academic publishing is so diverse and works differently in different fields. I would agree that for books you want some compensation.
Yeah.
You have to ask yourself, who do you want to read the book? Some books will only end up in libraries because the cost is too much.
Yeah, and that's
so you are only publishing for other academics in your field. And I think that's all the comments relevant for now, but yeah. Yeah, okay.
It's like saying, I published a great work. And monograph means this is an authoritative publication on this subject. So again, this is disingenuous, and he's going to call Josh disingenuous several times. This is disingenuous.
This is totally disingenuous. I wanted to just note one more thing. When you
no,
Google,
again, this is not disingenuous. It's what the heck? Where did that come from?
Well, if you can't find it, you got to make it up.
Yeah.
Well, so they're being disingenuous to the guy who's supposedly disingenuous?
Yeah.
I have a perfect clip for this. I just have the perfect clip for this. 1 second. Let me load it up.
I'll keep playing.
No, Robert, wait, 1 second. This is it.
Yeah. Okay.
But before we start back, I just keep it. Yep. I keep looking at like the chats that pop up on their live stream. And it's just the lowest hanging fruit. It's hilarious.
Oh, is that when you meant? Ah, right. That's what you meant by
the comments.
Priceless comments. Yeah.
Like the first one, seriously, Dr. Falk, your hair's fine.
Your hair's fine.
The 50s do not need it back. It's good.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Seriously, said the 50s called. They want their grease back.
Yeah, I personally. Let me just bring. Okay, I personally.
Well,
for example,
my hair is actually exceptionally fine. It is. It won't stay in place. I was cursed with bad hair. You know, it runs down my mother's line. You know, I can't get it cut at a stylist or a barber for that reason. So I have to keep it in a ponytail just to maintain any control of it whatsoever. And if they're going to attack me on physical traits, you know, wow, that's bottom feeding.
Having been in the girls' bathroom in high school, yeah, this is exactly what they're doing.
They're just kind of being yellow-bellied cowards at this point.
Seriously, that's what it is.
The perfect responses. Do you feel better?
Like, are you done yet, or do you want to keep going? Because,
they're going to keep going.
I mean, I haven't even seen it as though Dr. Falk has been disingenuous at all. All he's really done is primarily gone through an overview of Josh's credentials, so that way people can get a frame of reference of how it is to look at what kind of content that he's going to be going over. And yet, for whatever reason, they just think that it's perfectly okay to make it as though Falk has the worst intentions possible, even though this is a part of the whole concept of academia, which is literally exchanging ideas in order to form some kind of conversation. And frankly, it doesn't seem like any of these individuals want to have a conversation of any sort of nuance.
Yeah. All right. I hope they get to something, you know. Let's just see if they get into the actual discussion of Falk's review.
Academic publishing, one of the first returns is a question: is Lambert academic publishing legitimate?
Or a fraud, yeah.
And the highlighted answer here, I'm going to read it, which does not evoke much confidence, says this: Lambert academic publishing is a scam. Lambert academic publishing is a company that spams scholars who have published theses offering to republish them as books. LAP is an example of a predatory publisher that frequently contact researchers and students. It's been described this way: they claim your intellectual property and publish it without proper peer review or academic editorial process, which means that they have just devalued your thesis that you might otherwise have revised, improved, and published in a more appropriate scholarly outlet. This is no small thing, as your thesis is the cornerstone.
Again, master's theses don't have any value. I mean, who can revise a master's thesis and get it published? You really have to do a lot of work to make it put it in a publishable state. You know, it's very, very difficult to do. So again, you know, are they really devaluing my work, or are they just giving me an opportunity to leverage their albeit crappy process to make something of a otherwise valueless work?
A question. What Kip is reading there, would you say this was the case back when you were...
No, it wasn't.
It's only a recent sort of thing?
It came out the year after I published. Okay? So it came out a year later. So it didn't have that reputation when I published it. It's only afterwards.
But at the end of the day, it's a master's, and then you have your
in the end of the day, it's a master's. Yeah. Who cares?
Yeah. It would be like asking for my, undergrad Spanish thesis. Why would you want... I don't want to publish it. I didn't even want it in the library.
But yet it's in the library, and it's in the databases.
Can I publish this in Brill?
Yes, publish my undergrad Spanish thesis that has half a sentence.
No, well, also the comment.
Yes, agreed.
Kenny's master's thesis.
This.
Yeah. All right.
And frankly, back at that time, they only took dissertations and theses. It's not like they took just any manuscript. In 2011, they were just doing theses, and basically their market was to sell it to libraries and through book vendors who didn't have access. And this was before, say, ProQuest and digital dissertations had a print service. But God help you if you have to pay for digital dissertations print service. Ooh. You think lap is expensive. Yeesh.
Of the next few years of your academic career. So this monograph that appears on Falk's CV has been essentially published through a publishing mill. And as Pat said, this is worse than self-publishing.
Yeah, so
I mean, he has some other publications, doesn't he?
He does.
Can I do the honors?
So, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Just a quick note. It's worse than self-publishing, but I would hazard a guess. By the way, Dr. Josh Bowen, I'm going out of a limb here, okay? But I would hazard a guess that book, which is you're tackling Gnosticism, and Dr. Falk and I have had private discussions about Gnosticism, and like that would be some pretty serious scholarship in my opinion. I presume. Mm-hmm. Like again, I'm just saying that I'm just going out on a limb.
I partially did it because it had original research in it.
Yeah,
it had original research
compared to a sort of like a survey, which is what Bowen's book is, of say Old Testament in general with archaeology and all that. Yeah, because yours is a specialized topic that you're writing upon.
Mm-hmm.
But also, if you want, would you want to elaborate very briefly on how you jumped from that master's thesis to then your PhD itself? Is there a connection to that, or
no? There's no connection between my master's and my PhD.
And that doesn't need to be. So,
that doesn't need to be. It was a completely different topic.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So he has published and has some forthcoming publications that are being published through Baker Academic Publishing. Sounds good until you research Baker Academic Publishing. And I'll just read from their website.
Oh, boy.
Baker Academic serves the Academy.
Baker is a good publisher.
It's a very good publisher. I think I need more whiskey.
Oh boy.
And the church by publishing works that pursuit of knowledge and understanding within the context of the Christian faith. Building on our Reformed and evangelical heritage, we connect authors and readers across a broader academic community by publishing books that reflect historic Christianity and its contemporary expressions. Our authors are scholars who are leaders in their...
I am actually going to skip a few minutes. I'm going to play it, but I'm going to be like jumping until I hear something interesting.
Fields, write ironically, and display a healthy...
I will add here that his PhD dissertation was published last year by Hendrickson. Which is a legitimate publishing company, and I haven't looked at it, and I'm sure it's a fine contribution to the field. But all in all, his list of publications is pretty thin for a guy who let me see here. He got his PhD in 2015. He's had it for 6 years now. He should have been writing and publishing, all the while he was working up to his PhD. He has,
I think I did.
Maybe he's got about a page.
Do you want to elaborate or comment, or I'll keep playing?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I did publish during my PhD, and I published after my PhD.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also not a posted academic either. So, how much can you expect me to get published when I'm having to do a 9-to-5 job as well, without the access to the scholastic resources. So, for somebody who is not in a teaching position, there's limits to how much you can publish.
Of publications, and these include a couple of book reviews, one of which is in the Journal of Evangelical Theological Society, which is again much like it sounds. It's a confessional journal, and that also includes his monograph.
So what?
He's got like about a half a page of forthcoming publications. For a guy who has been credentialed for 6 years, it's not a lot. I'm a bit farther ahead than he is. I got my PhD 5 years before him, but like my own publication list is let me see here, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 4 pages long, and that's using a 10-point font too, by the way. So
considering
it's what I'm
considering. Okay, considering he's sucking off the teat of a Christian college. Okay. He's sucking off the teat of a Christian college. He's working at a Christian college and then talking smack about Christian publications. Now, that takes balls. And then he boasts about how many publications he has.
Speaking about balls, let's make with the academic content. I agree, Chewy.
He would say something
I would
like
call
that.
it pretty thin, and not especially impressive. So,
whoops.
But with that in mind, let's hear what he has to say.
Come on.
So I'm chewing my popcorn because it's fucking stuck in my goddamn teeth. Our channel, Dr. Kip. The video doesn't stop. It's just time.
Publishing house, or it's been through.
The video doesn't stop. It's just time to acknowledge that we fucked up and you have a drink. So
okay, got it.
We shall proceed.
All right.
Taking what he says with the proverbial grain of salt. So just because you have a book doesn't mean it's got the backing of a publishing house, or it's been through peer review, and that alone should serve.
But at
as
least
a
he's
warning.
got a book.
But the host of Myth Vision here, Derek Lambert, is.
Wait, do you want to say something, David?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm good.
What the heck is this?
Pitching Josh Bowen's book. So let's get into the interview here and let's see. Does Bowen manage to bury the Bible with archaeology?
Note, the Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament, it is extremely full of knowledge and information for anyone.
Yeah, like you would know.
As well as...
Oh yeah, I love this comment. Oof. Dr. Falk should write a book about being a Christian in the academic world. That would be worth a read.
Join the Patreon. There's hundreds of videos.
But Francesca Stavrokopoulou and Joel Baden do know.
Yeah, and I'll just say it. Davey, Falk, fuck you.
Qualified opinion.
To the internet, you can ask questions.
There's some piercing academic commentary for you.
Yeah, do you feel better?
Real penetrating.
Yeah, fantastic engagement of your, your gray matter.
With these scholars in high definition, I do that all the time. You can also personal message me, and you help the community grow. Thanks a lot. My patrons have been trained. Debunk, if I can use the term, or kind of cut through the biblical narrative.
Yeah, nothing like a little bit poisoning the well here to begin with. How does the archaeology debunk or cut through the biblical narrative? That's a loaded question right there.
So the Bible versus archaeology. Take us through the problem.
Yeah, so, I mean, sort of, and I guess as I answer, you can interject and develop or steer me where you want me to go. But
no bias here at all.
Here is, and again, I'm not an archaeologist. I've got a fair amount of archaeological training. I've been in archaeological excavation, but like they're a professional archaeologist, so I want to be clear from the outset about that. But the information that I'll give is sort of consensus archaeological position. Okay.
I love how Josh Bowen just bandies about the word consensus thinking, consensus position. Josh knows darn well that right now that there's a debate going.
Everybody with an academia knows what the word consensus means.
David Falk doesn't.
I was going to say, I feel like I understand it as a high school dropout here.
if you let it run for another 20 or 30 seconds, he actually defines.
This comes from the YouTuber.
Oh, let's do that and then we'll stop.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
On in the field of biblical archaeology, biblical minimalism versus biblical maximalism. There's no consensus position right now, and that's going to be a problem because he's going to keep going. He's going to keep hammering home this is consensus thinking, this is consensus thinking, and consensus thinking has a technical definition. Consensus means that the matter is resolved in the field, and this is anything but resolved. What we have here is an academic controversy.
Is that what consensus means?
No. So, I mean, you can approach this from. You want
to say something?
No, just other than he lies.
Right.
Be fair, and I think Kipple, disciplines within academia approach the term slightly different depending on how they see it. But like science may approach consensus with a slight bit of nuance, but generally we all agree on the term. It means on this particular question or group of questions, if it's a larger issue to be resolved, a majority of scholars agree on the overarching principles of this and have published work that defends and supports this position. So it's not just an assertion. I can walk into
So
a
there's
group
a
of ancient historians
consensus
and
on
make
the consensus.
Ooh.
Oh gosh, no.
Ooh. No.
So
it's
there's
not.
a consensus, right?
Yeah, the technical definition is that it's a settled opinion. It's a settled opinion that not just say, the majority, but the overwhelming majority. You might have one or two outliers there, but when you're really talking about consensus opinion, you're really talking about, that there's no opposition, no serious opposition to the idea. So, it's very interesting that the guys with, say, 2 master's degrees and the YouTuber are, arguing for this redefinition of consensus thinking. And frankly, you get me in a room with another PhD, yeah, they'll basically admit that, it means the settled science. And that a majority and minority opinion are not, if you've got that hanging over an issue, then it's not, you don't have a consensus.
Yeah.
And I don't think anyone right now says that there is a consensus in the minimalist maximalist debate. There isn't. And it's less of a consensus today than it has been for the last 40 years.
Yeah, as Fools just said, majority doesn't mean consensus. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
In the sciences, right? Like the current consensus of, say, Big Bang cosmology is the lambda-CDM model.
Yeah.
The cold dark matter model. Why? Because the data demonstrates that to a certain high precision. And what the scientists then do is they independently give their measurements, in their own respective fields, and then you have a consensus. It's not about opinion. It's what the data that they receive is then telling them, and then they use the Popper method to debunk it, not prove it. You have to disprove it to find the truth. So
yeah.
Okay. I honestly think we should let me just do like quantum leaps, I suppose, because we're reaching like the 2-hour mark, and even though this has been informative, they've only touched, and we've been reviewing their video, but they've been going for, my goodness, they've been going for 1 hour and 36 minutes, and they've only touched on like the first 2-3 minutes of the video. So, here we go.
Make an assertion, and everybody agree with me. That's not really consensus. In the same way that if I publish a paper and I have people peer review it, and 9 out of 10 historians agree with it, even though one or maybe one says no, another 1 or 2 kind of detract from parts of it, I still have gained a consensus for my position. Falk doesn't know what consensus means within the discipline.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, and I really take issue with how he set this up in the first place as biblical minimalism versus biblical maximalism. And what he's doing is he's pitting Josh among what he identifies as so-called biblical minimalists. So this is not accurate. Within the discipline, the biblical minimalists versus the biblical maximalists are the people on the edges of the debate. So the biblical minimalists are the ones who say that the Hebrew Bible wasn't even written until the Persian period in its entirety, and that there is no historical value in the text thereof. This is not the consensus position. This is not the position that Josh is ever representing within this video. So it's right away. So no, go ahead.
So to counter that, though, he wanted to describe maximalism. Maximalism isn't some made your own position either.
No.
It is Moses wrote the 10 Commandments.
Yes.
So it's too extreme.
Not quite.
Yes.
Very few.
No, it's very much not that. If anything, both positions, biblical maximalism and biblical minimalism, have over the years moved more towards the center. Very few maximalists today will say that Moses wrote all the Torah. Likewise, very few minimalists today will say that there was no Davidic kingdom. So, that's a complete mischaracterization of the position. So,
few scholars can be placed at those 2 points. I would say most, and I would say the overwhelming majority, 98% of scholars are going to fall into that.
Right into the mushy middle.
Right into the
mushy middle. And he'll make some claims here as we move forward about the increasing traction that biblical maximalism has
within the discipline. I don't see it in the work that I do. It's still very much, 98% of the scholars within the mushy middle who are
yeah. Of course, he doesn't see it in of course, Kip doesn't see it in his work. He does all intertestamental stuff. We have to understand that the Dead Sea Scrolls are all about intertestamental works. This debate doesn't play into intertestamental works. It's all about Solomonic, the United Monarchy and earlier. That's where the debate is playing out. It's not really playing out in the intertestamental period. So it does. Of course, he's not going to see it in his work. He doesn't have a finger in that cookie jar.
Of this issue.
Well, to be fair, I do think it's important to point out, since like the 1990s. Now, this is not my field of expertise, but I do study the ancient Levant at times. What has become the maximal position has ingressed towards the minimalist position, because they are now, some maximalists, identified maximalists, are now saying, well, we don't think Moses wrote it, but it comes from a tradition from the late Bronze Age, right? Like they're couching their argument to soften their position. So even the maximalist position of today is not the maximalist position of 40 years ago, and definitely not the position of 80 years ago. And Falk completely misrepresented that.
Yeah, so he completely backtracks from what he just said. So he completely backtracks from what he just said.
It's
now it's gone from two extremes to, oh, well, it's this gradient in the middle.
Yeah.
So
you just cancel yourself out.
Yeah.
Unless you're really into the literature, you don't understand the nuance of the argument. But this is important because as an Egyptologist from Liverpool, he knows the literature on this. Yeah. So if he claims ignorance, then he should rescind his terminal credential, because I understand the argumentation, and I went to Leicester. Just kidding. I think it's a fine institution. But Liverpool has a tradition in Egyptology that he should not have missed this.
That's right. Yeah.
I'm just listening to you guys. You're way smarter than me. We'll talk about the smart things. I just didn't. So that just further be like Davey. Falk,
by the way, I'm skipping like 5 seconds. If his voice is jumpy, it's because I'm skipping the video ahead.
You're just a dishonest piece of shit. And good about Dr. Josh. Just make sure, and sitting in front of you when it comes to your resume, you have the position to be able to critique them correctly. Because so far, what I'm hearing from the people much smarter than me is you should have shut the fuck up. He should have shut the fuck up.
It's his thinking. But he loves to throw around that word consensus thinking. That consensus opinion. It's settled science. Just follow the settled science.
Just real quick, I talk to Josh, I don't know how many times a week, and I can't tell you how little I hear the word consensus come out of his mouth when he that's not like he doesn't use it as a crutch. So again, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Yes.
But since you stopped it, let's talk about. He's talking about, this is one of those nuances, right? In science, consensus means a little bit different than it's going to mean to something like me in archaeology and Dr. Kip in language studies, right? Because there's less absolutes in what I do as an archaeologist than what science is, and I won't say absolutes, but near absolutes in those fields. Dr. Kip, who I'm just going to call Kip, Kip is going to tell you that when we say consensus within language studies, that consensus can be amorphous. It's less grounded, and many times a consensus is more mutable than it is in something like science, in physics, right? So again, you can't use the term, like when Kip and I are talking about ancient history, we understand what consensus means. Consensus is a pretty good place to start, but it's not perfect. But in science, you start getting to a consensus like 98%, you've got something there, which is slightly different than
here's one area I have a problem. Because consensus can have multiple meanings across various disciplines, I think it's too often used as a club. It's being used here as a club. There's an intentional confusion of terminology here that's basically used to try to silence opposition. So I think they are leveraging on that ambiguity, and I don't think that it's one of those things that is that they're not recognizing. All right, you can continue.
All right.
Interpretive evidence, right? History, archaeology, language studies, there's a lot of interpretation there, which isn't there in the hard sciences for the most part. So even consensus can mean slightly different things. And he's saying science when he should be saying something different.
I think it tends to get even more convoluted when you get into things like as soon as you start touching on the Bible, it tends to get convoluted because you end up dealing with so many people who are working in institutions that have pre-existing confessional agendas that I think quite often this ends up skewing the consensus. And even under those conditions,
the consensus survives.
Okay, so just my immediate reaction to that is, let's just take, for example, the recent book, 5 Years on the Exodus. And the guy who, I forget his name now, who was the guy that was arguing for the early date in the book?
Oh, Scott Stripling.
Yeah. So, and I didn't know this, but, David Falk basically told me about, I suppose, his CV and where he was coming from, and that whole, what's it called? The Institutes of Archaeology, Archaeological Institutes. Yeah. And compared to then the other 4 scholars who are, believe it or not, actually legitimate.
Yeah.
In the book. Hoffmeyer being the big name in that book. But there's also Rensburg and Hendel and now it also then shows in the sense that Hoffmeyer obviously has a so-called bias, I suppose. He's a Christian, right?
Yeah.
Now there's nothing wrong. So again, I'm happy to be corrected here on live on air, but this is my, again, sort of like a psychological musing here. Hoffmeyer and myself, as a Christian now, but I wouldn't be surprised if Hoffmeyer feels this way as well, as a Christian, wants to find positive evidences. It doesn't mean that he does what Stripling does.
Right.
You see, that's the difference.
That's the difference.
Now, Falk, if you want to expand on that. Yeah.
Well, Hoffmeyer has very much the same ethos as I do, which is we follow the evidence wherever it goes. Yes, absolutely, we would like it to support our bias. Who doesn't? Everyone likes their bias supported. But if all I've done is supported my bias, I've taken a measurement. If what the data says goes against my bias, I've made a discovery. And I'm going to go with the discovery because that's interesting.
Yeah.
That's academically interesting.
Mm-hmm. I mean, also recently, I went on a limb to say that the recent Sodom and Gomorrah, the meteorite airburst, I was like, oh, look, it's in nature. I did jump to the, I suppose I was like, I didn't say it is evidence. I just said it's published in Nature. Bang! I put it out there in the Discord. I even gave a very brief 10-minute sort of like thing on one of my Q&As. I was also hesitant to make any conclusion, and I did in that Q&A. I did mention your name, and I said, look, Falk has some reservations. You and I might discuss that one day. But then recently on your Q&A, you actually you answered a super chat where you actually pretty much went from A to Z, just saying why, all the issues. And after that answer you gave, I was like, here's a Christian, quite conservative, but being very honest and saying, look, these are the problems. In other words, you're not afraid to suggest that, look, yes, you're trying to defend Sodom and Gomorrah, but at the end of the day, you have to be fair with the data. And
you have to be fair with the data.
And, okay, so he's a Christian being fair with the data. Like, how can you fault someone who is doing that? Like, you see, it just doesn't make any sense. In other words, say if Josh Bowen, as an atheist, or who has maybe a bias against the Bible, or someone like that, right? But is still doing good scholarship.
Yeah.
You can't really fault that person. He's doing good scholarship.
You can't fault an atheist who's doing good scholarship. I have nothing bad to say about a atheist who does good scholarship. If that's his faith proposition that he's an atheist, as long as he's honest with the data, I have no issues with it. Mm-hmm. No issues at all.
That ought to tell you something about how strong it actually is. And I want just one other thing before you say something, Pat. One other thing: when Josh does use the word consensus throughout this video, he's right. That might be most important of all. when he's talking about the consensus, he's, providing a pretty accurate picture of what the discipline looks like right now.
And you learn what a consensus is by surveying literature. My other point is, when it comes to history, right? Anything involving the Bible and history that is adjacent to it, or archaeology that is adjacent to it, you have a whole host of people that aren't experts or trained in the field. And this is what I'm saying. I've said this numerous times. I've gotten in trouble before. But if you have a degree in theology, you're not a historian. You may know about church history. That's not history. That's theology.
That's right.
If you have a master's in theology, you're not an archaeologist. You may know a couple things about archaeology. You may even gone on a couple archaeological expeditions. You are not an archaeologist. You are not a historian. And more often than not, I'm sure Kip can attest to this, you will see people that have, terminal degrees in theological studies who then say, well, I'm a historian, or I am this, and I am that. And they're theologians.
And I agree with, even Falk has mentioned this about, say, Petrovich's work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But what's the relevance here?
Yeah, what's the relevance, exactly?
So he's talking about people with terminal degrees in theology or master's degrees in theology. What's the relevance here?
And to call yourself anything else but that is completely dishonest.
I apologize. I did end something. Anyhow, to chase that video, as we
there are more biblical maximalist scholars today than there have been in the past 40 years. It hasn't gotten less controversial. It's gotten more controversial.
There is this idea, I think, among Christian apologists that if we can go to the Bible, which the Old Testament, for example, that we're starting off assuming that it's correct.
I have an issue here just with his target. He's focusing in on Christian apologists, but they're not the only players in this game. Okay, what about Christian scholars? Yes, we know that in the atheist community, oh, he's a Christian, therefore he can't be a scholar. He must be an apologist. Well, no.
We're positive, yeah. So
shut the fuck up.
It really bugs me that he thinks Josh should be like he's doing the definition of setting up a straw man here by suggesting that if you include Christian scholars along with Christian apologists, then it does damage to what Josh is attempting to say or to argue. Well, Josh is pretty intentionally not targeting Christian scholars here. He's deliberately targeting Christian apologists because these are the people who are most guilty of using these dumb arguments about the historicity of the Old Testament. It's very deliberate, and it's idiotic to me that he would complain.
Yeah, that's heavily nuanced.
That's really disingenuous because later on he's going to target Kitchen and Hoffmeyer and paint them with the same broad brush. So he's gonna move that to he's narrowly focusing upon apologists, but then he's going to broaden that and to anyone who has a faith proposition. And I think that's the danger here. That's the danger. Is he's using the thin edge of the wedge to create a more general case. He's moving from specific case to general case. And that's logically fallacious reasoning.
About the fact that he's going after this one group without, addressing another group.
I'm gonna be quiet for a while, but this was the point in the video where I have some notes. By removing this qualifier, Falk is gonna go from this point on, and he's actually gonna be changing the entire, all of Josh's answers from this point forth are within this context of this caveat that he's just given, this huge qualifier. All of Dr. Falk, and I'm gonna use that term, every one of his criticism from this point forward are foundationally void because he changed the nature of the analysis that he's going to apply to Josh's answers.
Yeah,
if I tell you everybody on Mars has blue hair except the Venusians, and then I talk about Venusians, you go, yeah, but you're talking about everybody on Mars. No, I'm talking about the Venusians living on Mars. Right? I've limited my argument. And then to pluralize it to everybody again this is one of the most dishonest things in the entire video. Because from this point forward, he argues against a straw man that he repeatedly asserts is Josh's position when it's not. And I'll be quiet for a while and open another alcoholic beverage.
She lied to you. Said you got all the talk this way because not all here self up to get.
Yeah, I'm just skipping
through.
Who
are also scholars.
Here we go.
In this particular field, and they even work at mainstream universities. So there's this whole idea that it's just apologists is incredibly condescending. It's incredibly condescending and quite frankly factually wrong.
And that what it's presenting is historically reliable. Then if we can go into different areas.
Yes, well, there are people, there are scholars who do hold to the reliability of, say, the scriptures. And it isn't just Christian scholars that do this. There's also Jewish scholars that do this, like John.
Oh, God damn it. I'm sorry. I already said it once. I can't stand the fucking 19.
He's an Orthodox Jew. And yet he claims the reliability of the Old Testament. So, that's not necessarily an assumption. In Joshua Berman's case, it wasn't an assumption. It was a conclusion.
Well,
okay?
I mean,
not everyone who.
Hold on. So just quick. I mean, what are the chances here that Christian scholars and Orthodox Jewish scholars whose faith commitments depend upon a particular historical reading of the Old Testament, what are the chances that their conclusions are actually based on the evidence as opposed to actually based on the pre-existing faith commitments? I mean, It's not for nothing.
In this particular case of Joshua Berman, the chances are 1. The fact is that Joshua Berman used to be a proponent of the documentary hypothesis. He was a liberal scholar within the veil of Orthodox Judaism. And it's only when he started researching it himself that he came to the conclusion of the reliability of the Old Testament. And he's quite upfront about this. So, again, this is argumentation from skepticism. Oh, I don't really believe he was unbiased to begin with because he had faith commitment. Sorry.
Couldn't the same logic be applied to atheist scholars as well? What are the chances?
But that's
that
exactly
an
what
atheist scholar would be a biblical minimalist? It's like pretty high.
That's what I've been thinking the whole time we're watching this. They have analyzed Dr. Falk and his presentation of the credentials of Digital Hammurabi, and they have analyzed it from their perspective. So when they see any data related to the Bible, they're going to analyze that data to the Bible the same way. I mean, we just saw what Dr. Fox said about credentials, and we just saw their interpretation of that. And they spent, what'd you say, an hour and 45 minutes on this credentials? And it was stupid. But that's what they do with credentials. Now, if they can do that with what David Falk says about the credentials of Dr. Bowen, what are they going to do when they run across some evidence that's related to the biblical material? I go with presumption of innocence. Yeah, well, I am a Christian, so I'm going to believe what the Bible says. But I go with presumption of innocence because I presume that first I'm going to believe what it says, and then I'm going to take it to court, and I have to disprove it through court. That's what I have to do. I have to take the Bible for what it is, and then I have to disprove it. That's the same thing for an atheist. An atheist cannot just say there's no God. They have to prove it. They have to prove it. So there's the presumption of innocence that what has been believed before, recorded before, we assume that it's right unless we're given information otherwise. So if these guys can spend an hour and 45 minutes, what they did with the credentials, I can only guess what they do with Genesis. It's just terrible.
And Daniel Lowry says in the audience chat, which I think is absolutely summarizes what you just said, Theo. Like, it's already been like 2 hours. It seems like they think they're immune from bias because maybe they deconverted from a faith tradition. It's a ironic bias and a presumption of that word faith that then they think that's the conclusion of the matter, that then they project that. It's nothing but projection onto, say, exactly what David Falk said in the original video about
on Dr. Falk. They're pouring so much vitriol on him over him simply reading Dr. Bowen's credentials.
Yeah,
How
but
much vitriol did they get out of that?
Sure,
because they're so angry because they They're biased because they hate the Bible and they hate Dr.
Exactly.
Falk.
It's come full circle in that sense, yes. Because Falk has already said, what about Christian scholars? Keyword, scholars. And in that very subtle underlying sort of like their true feelings, I suppose, is that exactly what Daniel's saying here. That the irony is they don't realize that they do. They're not self-critical of this subjective sort of like. They think that they're immune. In other words, because they don't have a faith tradition, they presume a faith tradition is not as scholarly per se as a non-faith tradition, and so then they then project onto people that hold a faith tradition, but that's hypocrisy.
Here's my problem.
It's not only hypocrisy; it's irony as well. So
here's my problem. That one guy keeps getting angry. I don't know him. I didn't catch.
Oh no, he's not credentialed at all. He himself has said, "I'm just
the guy in the middle." The guy in the middle is so angry. Okay, instead of reaching for a book off his shelf to prove scholastically why there's something wrong, he reaches for another bottle of whiskey because I'm so vitriol, because I got to drink some more alcohol because I'm so angry. That's crazy. Pull a book off that shelf and show me where Dr. Falk is wrong. That's what I want. And there's nothing of that here. And I think some people have left the chat, this group here today, because they're bored, because there's nothing here. They've spent, like you said, 2 hours and they've got nothing, because if you give them Genesis, this is what they do with Genesis. I mean, the man just read Dr. Bowen's credentials and look what all they did. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Well, it's sort of like when you move from doing slam dunks in a basketball hoop that's 5 feet high, and then the PE teacher tells you, no, you have to do that to the 8-foot rim. That's where you have to do your slam dunks. You're suddenly angry because, no, I like doing slam dunks. I can't do those slam dunks. Those are too high for me. Don't tell me to go do the hard thing. I want to do the easy thing.
Well, the irony here is that biblical maximalism and minimalism don't actually rest on faith traditions. And the fact that they tied biblical maximalism to faith tradition is already showing that they're biased and have no idea how historical methods work with biblical archaeology.
Oh, David, you want to say something? Yeah. Oh, okay.
That we raise our eyebrows a little bit at even serious
I will be honest. So they've been discussing this for 2 hours. So we are at the 2-hour mark on their stream at this point, but we are 40 minutes behind their current live. In fact, they've ended it. So it's another 40 minutes. But and Bowen hasn't arrived, and neither did Jim Majors. It's just been Kip and Pat. So technically we have 40 minutes left.
Christian devoted scholars working in the field, because there's no way around this. There is a pre-existing bias there that you most of the time just can't get over, and it's always going to play a role in your scholarship.
One thing you don't find, because I've surveyed the literature, and it's kind of hard to tell because you have to really dig in some people, is what you don't have is a secular scholar today in the field of Levantine archaeology asserting the absolute correctness and historical reliability of the New or Old Testament. The only people that are even in the realm of the maximalist position today are those that have a faith commitment. That in of itself should tell you there's a problem with the scholarship. Because if there were like a group of, we're entirely secular, we're a bunch of atheists, and we've proven even sections of the Old Testament are completely reliable as historical documents for this period, then I might be more convinced. But the problem is they don't. It's only select groups, and to be fair, it's typically the scholars that come from a very extreme end of their faith commitment, right?
I don't think that's true. No, that's not true. Timothy Harrison is a full archaeologist, PhD professor at the University of Toronto. Most people would never know he's a Christian. Quite frankly, almost nobody would know it. He doesn't bring his faith into his work. Okay. Now, does he deny the historicity of the Bible? No, he doesn't doubt it. But he's also a biblical maximist. But he doesn't engage in that debate. but yet he produces completely good and bona fide research. So the fact is that, I mean, even the way he couches that, atheists have to put their stamp of approval on entire sections of the Bible. Well, you know what? Honest atheists will put their stamp on, small aspects of it as being true, the aspects they research. Okay, just because you're an atheist doesn't mean you're biased. You're going to say that the entire Bible is untrue, just like, being a Christian scholar is going to say that the entire thing is true. Because we're dealing here with definitions of what does it mean for it to be true? True in what sense? In a wooden literal meaning, in a fundamentalist reading, in a poetic reading, in an eschatological reading. We've got so many different readings of the biblical texts. Going just trying to cut to that, it's all true or it's all false is a false dichotomy. It's wrong, and it does a disservice to archaeology. I'll shut up so you can continue.
Well, I'm also going to quickly show, because I've been writing on Mark. Here is a non-Christian scholar.
Mm-hmm.
Library of New Testament Studies, T.N.T. Clark. The date of Mark's Gospel, Insight from the Law in Earliest Christianity, James G. Crosley. Now, James G. Crosley is not a Christian. In fact, I have on my Logos software another book in Hendrickson Publishing, Michael F. Bird and James Crosley. The title is How Did Christianity Begin? A Believer and a Non-Believer Examine the Evidence. Mm-hmm. It was published in 2008. Now, Michael F. Bird is an Australian New Testament scholar,
Mm-hmm.
absolutely brilliant. But the point is, Crosley, in this monograph here, argues that Mark's Gospel dates to the mid-30s AD.
Mm-hmm.
Around 35, which is absolutely
Yeah,
not
very,
fringe, but
yeah,
very,
very low date.
Minority.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm happy for a 50s or even a 60s AD dating, but
Yeah.
he does some pretty interesting argumentation in this material here.
Well,
but the point
even
is,
Bart Ehrman will
Right.
admit there's a historical Jesus.
Sure.
So, this guy who's just Mr. Two Masters is just spouting out that there's no secular or atheist archaeologists or scholars that'll say that it's that sections of the Bible aren't true. Well, what do you mean by sections, and what do you mean by true? Because prima facie, that's a patently false statement.
Yeah.
Well, they argued for a long time that we have no evidence for David, so therefore the Bible has to be wrong because David's all over the Bible and he doesn't exist. There's just absolutely no evidence. And then we turn up some evidence that there's the house of David in there, and then they, it's just ridiculous what they do with the data. They say, well, you have no data. Now we have data. Well, and they don't apply the same standard to the Bible that they apply to everything else in the ancient Near
The
East.
goalpost is always moving.
Yes.
The goalpost is always moving.
That is right. And that which makes me angry. It's always moving.
And a quick comment, same with his mentor Maurice Casey. Again, he published a book on the history of Jesus in 2014. Very, to be honest, everyone noticed it. It was like the Galatians letter, very angry, a very angry book, because he's just enough of this nonsense, the Jesus myth stuff. And yeah, this comment, this is just an exercise in ad hom. They have yet to discuss anything substantive about his argument. So I want to respect David's time as well. So David, if you feel like you need to call it quits, I'm fine with it, but we can still keep going.
I could use about a 5-minute break.
Okay, go for it.
All right.
Yep. All right. If anyone else wants to offer any opinions or...
I'm just waiting for one of the guys to admit that they're Enuma Elish maximalists. or minimalist, or Sumerian Kings list, minimalist or maximalist.
That's exactly right. They don't apply the same critique to the others. And you're saying, okay, only people who have faith will say this. Well, I can say the opposite. Only people who don't have faith have your position. So, hey, what does that prove? What does that prove? You used to have faith and you left your faith, and now you have to justify the reasons why you've left your faith. To justify it, you put an attack on the Bible, and I'm happy for your attack. Please attack away, because when you attack, then it gives me a chance to examine the evidence and see, truly what can I say. But again, I just go back. In the court of law, it's always presumption of innocence. We're going to believe a witness's testimony until we have, some other reason to discredit that. We have to prove that this witness is false. And they, just what you said, they don't apply the same scrutiny to the other witnesses of ancient text that they apply to the Bible. And,
Theo, what you're saying is actually very correct, and it's earlier than you think. You don't have to be a Christian to take that position that primary sources ought to be trusted. You can find it in Aristotle's Poetics, because in Aristotle's day, there were a bunch of sophists who were finding errors and contradictions in Homer. And in De Arte Poetica, Aristotle just stops for a moment and he chides the people saying, errors and contradictions, and tells them, no, the benefit of the doubt is always to be given to the primary sources, the documents that you're reading. The benefit of the doubt is not to be given to you, the critic.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, another comment, I'm just throwing this out there. I suppose this is more of a subjective reaction, but the theology of the biblical text. So you have the text, right, and you have all the, I suppose, the dry stuff, the dry, boring examination of the Bible and all that. But the theology and the beauty of it, can that be part of a scholarly discourse? Can that be part of a peer review sort of critical analysis? Because putting aside all the minutia, when we we have a faith commitment, and as Christians we then fall back into this concept of worship, and then we sort of bask into we still engage our minds with it. We have to, otherwise how do we talk theology, right? But yeah, I find it curious and interesting that Christian theology proper has a remarkable, consistent, logical, sort of like a transcendent, more like timeless perspective on overall reality.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, sweet. What's your thoughts on that, like Tui and Theo and anyone else?
I mean, a little bit of what you're talking about happened when literary criticism came to the Old Testament several decades ago. Some scholars would say, just make offhand remarks like, man, that redactor sure was great at writing. That redactor sure did such a great job. It's almost as though it could have been a document all its own.
I see. And in fact, that's what you're seeing even today. Like, for example, recently MythVision put up a video on, he was interviewing Dale Allison on Matthew 21, when Matthew talks about the two donkeys, and, it sounds like Matthew's saying that Jesus rode two donkeys. And then I put a little comment saying, do you guys not understand, for example, I was reading Bernard Batto's very recent paper on the how deities would be on exotic animals, that their procession, and it's possible that Matthew, his argument is Emmanuel, God with us, so Jesus is doing that. But you see, that's a theology coming into play with respect to the author's intent, which in this case would be Matthew's intent. So so David Falk, question a moment ago I asked was, can theology play a role in a scholarly peer review context, in the sense that does it have as much of an application as, say, the hard sciences or the soft sciences?
Oh, sure it does. Theology is just as subject to peer review and to, say, scholarly literature review. In fact, there's hundreds of theological journals just for this purpose. So, theology is its own discipline. And it's a discipline that does overlap with, say, other disciplines, like archaeology, like history. So, the whole idea that it's theology, therefore it's invalid? No. It's its own discipline.
I'll go back to the Aristotle.
Just like psychology is its own discipline.
Yeah, right.
We wouldn't look at psychology and say, oh, well, you can't talk about psychology in reference to archaeology, because it's not archaeology. It's got biases of its discipline.
But you could say if you find a part in the writing. Or
sociology. There's another one.
Right. Okay.
Sociology is even more applicable to, say, archaeology.
Right.
Yet no one would say, oh, it's a thing with biases. So it's automatically excluded. Theology is a discipline with its own considerations, its own history, its own presuppositions. So, no, this is claptrap.
Yep.
I want to go back to the Aristotle comment and say, that's what happens for me when you're approaching the biblical text. You got to figure out what the biblical text is trying to do, and do what David always says, is be an evidentialist. Let the evidence take you where it's going. If the Bible's not going in this direction, and you're unhappy because the Bible's going in the direction it's going, then you're going to attack it for what it's not. That's the straw man argument. You make the Bible is supposed to be this. So Homer, they were just like, oh, this is so terrible. Look what Homer did. It's so bad. That's because you want Homer to be what you want Homer to be, but Homer is being what Homer is. And so Aristotle can say
that's
your
exactly
contradictions. Right. Yeah, your contradictions with Homer is because you want Homer to be something else he's not. So your contradictions with the Bible is, oh, it's a theological book, therefore we have to discredit it. Well, so are all these other ancient documents. They're all theological. So do we discredit them all? We just delete them all. Come on, it's ridiculous.
It's perfectly right to say that interpretation is different from the raw data that you're working with. But it's illegitimate to say in the next sentence, now let me tell you silly Christians why your bad interpretation means that the raw data is a big fat lie.
Right.
It doesn't follow.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to keep going.
I have some. So no. I wanted to say something about this term too. Historical reliability is a.
Hey, Dr. Kip, you guys take like 5 minutes, please, and discuss this because I've got
to think about this or to measure what we might consider historically reliable. It's not just a set thing that everybody agrees on, and it's not like we can take the entire Bible and evaluate the whole thing with just this simple measure. He's painting with a very, very broad brush here, I think, disingenuously. There are certainly sections.
No, I don't think Dr. Falk is doing that at all. I
don't think anyone's arguing that.
No, seriously, oh gosh. When he heard you say, the maximalist position, like as if you're suggesting we can suddenly just, oh look, see, the Protestant canon, right? The 66 books, it's Maximus' position in every chapter of every book, right?
No one's arguing that.
I hope. Am I misunderstanding him? Because I hope he's not suggesting that.
I think he's suggesting that, but
okay.
Right now, I'm not feeling very charitable either.
Oh boy.
Within the Bible that provide lots of good historical information about the period, about the people.
It provides lots of good historical information? Wait a minute. weren't we told that there was nothing reliable in any of the sections just a moment ago? You know, it does it provide historical data or doesn't it?
Hmm.
You know, this is the hypocrisy.
Historians are able to cut through it and to recognize, yes, this is propaganda. Yes, this is theology. Yes, this is these texts are written from a perspective seeking to construct a certain narrative of the past, but we're still able to get some historical tidbits and kernels out of that. So just to like set this up as a debate between historical reliability or unreliability is not helpful, I don't think.
Well, I would agree.
But then that
I would agree. It's not helpful. And who's doing this?
Yeah, it's not. It's you. It's not you. It's
yeah.
It's the critics in that stream. Like,
yeah, who's
hang on.
doing this?
Yeah.
You know, and you know, even so, even if you hold to a position of historical reliability, there's a huge range of meaning there. There's a huge range of what does it mean to be historically reliable. You know, I would say that it is reliable in as far as it is correctly interpreted.
So hang on, very quickly. In Ezekiel, Pharaoh, is it Hophra? Is that how you pronounce it?
Mm-hmm.
So in Ezekiel, I think it's in 32, somewhere between 28 and 32, when Ezekiel talks about Pharaoh Hophra as a Leviathan being slain by Yahweh. Is it historically reliable that Yahweh slew a Leviathan? I mean...
Yeah, again, we're dealing here with poetic language. We are dealing with mythical literary illusion.
But it's poetic language that actually, how ironic, is in the culture, because that is a historical fact, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it depends what you mean by historically reliable. So it's going to completely depend. This is why I'm very, very uncomfortable with the whole idea of that there's one interpretation for the Bible. Because there isn't.
Yeah.
There's many interpretations. And frankly, the interpretation of the Bible changes a lot with the more archaeological knowledge we know. So there's this whole idea of, well, it's reliable or it's unreliable. It's a false dichotomy. It's always going to be a false dichotomy. Because on the extreme of it's unreliable, well, is that the unreliability of the text or the unreliability of your interpretation of the text? On the maximalist side, is it reliable? Is that your literalistic interpretation of it, or is that your contextualized interpretation of it? Those questions are really going to matter in this debate. And this is what I'm pointing out in the video here is they're essentially taking a 6-year-old Sunday school idea of the interpretation of the Bible and just elevating it to this is the interpretation of the Bible.
Yeah, someone actually said that in fact, Daniel, I think it was. I can't tell how many apostates I've come across that assume they have a robust knowledge of the Christian faith, yet they haven't evolved past the Sunday school understanding.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Which, by the way, just to clarify, it's not a derogative statement. It's an observation. I mean,
yeah.
You know, let's just be honest. It is an observation. And
it's an observation.
But yeah.
Well, I mean, in my discussion when I talked to Digital Hammurabi, and I talked to him the day after. You know, after the Popcorn Review came out. You know, one of the things he did tell me was, you know, he didn't even understand that there was more than one interpretation of the Bible until after his deconversion. He didn't understand that. It's only when he went to John Hopkins that somebody presented, hey, there's more than one way to interpret that text. This is one of the reasons why I think a lot of fundamentalist churches end up being factories of atheism, is because they are churning out people where the fundamentalist belief of hyperliteralism and emotionalism, the coin flips. And then we got atheists.
Right. And this is just again another quick comment. When I saw Dr. Bowen's debate on slavery with Dr. Brown, Michael Brown, Jewish Christian scholar. Yes, Michael Brown, quite conservative, but a thorough scholar. Like for the he wrote an entire commentary on Jeremiah for the Expositor's Bible Commentary series. Very well done commentary. In fact, even through Hendrickson, he published a Job commentary very recently. Now, in that debate, I wasn't actually concerned, or I didn't really care. I didn't watch it primarily about the issues of the slavery stuff. I was more so interested in, here's a guy who obviously is what Dr. Bowen was finally needing. Because on YouTube land, he's always interacting with Christians and non-Christians who obviously don't know the languages and, they're not sensitive to scholarship. And I suppose that sort of fueled a sense of discomfort, like a face palming a lot. And then he'd just get more, I suppose, emotional, a little bit more irritated. But in that debate, completely relaxed, completely at peace, and in fact really enjoying it, because he's talking with someone who knows the languages, just off right off the bat, bang, these points, bang, bang, bang. But here's the thing, Dr. Brown has a very strong faith commitment and a love for God, love for Jesus, love for the Bible, and is as acquainted with Bowen as with respect to the ancient Near East, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then coming out of that debate, it's interesting where Bowen didn't actually refute, but rather more so affirmed Brown's assertions and conclusions. The only thing he didn't do is then, which I suppose that's the decision that we all we have the right to make, and that is, okay, Dr. Brown, you've actually made a pretty cool positive case for the slavery issue because of how nuanced it is, right? Eved in the Bible. So then Brown goes, this is why I then take the step of faith towards, in other words, having Jesus and Yahweh as the that archetypal where my loyalty lies or rests. Yeah. In other words, my identity as a human being now rests with what I see here in the theology proper and God, and whereas Bowen suddenly goes, yeah, you're right, it is beautiful stuff, but I just don't want to take that step anymore, I suppose.
Yeah.
Or, you see, that's what I was noticing very subtly near the tail end of the debate. And would you say, I mean, again, it was a private phone call, but you don't have to give too much, but yeah, I'm wondering if that's sort of what you were presuming as well in that discussion you had with him.
Well, he did most of the talking, to be very honest.
Sure.
I didn't get the sense at that time that, for him, it was most of the phone call had to do with his life circumstances and his life story. And I'm not going to get into those details.
Yeah.
Okay. There was a disingenuous aspect to the phone call, which was, he was fishing for me to pull down the video. And I couldn't do that in good conscience. I have to have warrant before I do that. I really have to. Frankly, I have to have screwed it up so badly that I think that nothing else warrants it other than a complete retraction. Because retracting something is a very serious thing. It's a very serious thing. and maybe that's just my publishing background roots. But for me to retract something, I need to have, either been so callously dishonest that I just can't, say put in a revision, basically say put in a errata in the description. It has to be fundamentally flawed. So, from what I understand, that when he does these phone calls with his critics, he's had a very high success rate at getting stuff pulled down. But I think here that I can't go into his motives as to, what he wants as far as his faith proposition. I know he deconverted. I know he did it while at Johns Hopkins. That's what he told me anyway. While he might see the beauty of it, he also, and I do think that Josh does admire, say, and appreciate the Bible on a certain level.
And just quickly, I've heard him say in an atheist stream of all places, where he'll suddenly slip into, whether he realizes or not, a very beautiful, like you can make a sermon out of that, where he talks about being slaves of Christ and how it's okay. And again, I can't regurgitate exactly word for word.
Don't mistake a beautiful sermon with a faith proposition.
No, but what I'm saying is, doesn't he realize that, hey, Josh, what you just said there, like you're discounted, but with the same mouth, you're saying something quite beautiful, which is something I would say.
Yeah, he's completely capable of doing that. He has a THM, which is the research degree that goes on top of a Master of Divinity. So it's a higher level Master of Divinity. It's a higher level theological degree. And he also served as a army chaplain. So he actually worked as a pastor. So he is capable of doing that.
But this is something I wish I could ask him, and that is, since it is beautiful, but then you still reject it. You see, that's the...
Bishop Spong, Anglican Archbishop of of San Francisco, capable of beautiful sermons.
Yeah.
Well, he's doing it with his secretary, and is a complete atheist. You can see beauty in it because the Word of God has power. The Word of God does have power. But the mind convinces, the heart not changed. So we have to be careful.
That's yeah.
So if I'm understanding you right, and if I understand this correctly, you have Bowen as a former fundamentalist thinking there's only one way to read the Bible, and he goes opposite. And says, now I know there are multiple ways to read the Bible, and he attacks the fundamentalist or the Christian apologist who's, even Heiser has said they have faulty backgrounds because they don't consider all the data necessarily.
Yeah.
So it's admitted among the Christian scholars that Christian apologists, many of them are not that great, sadly, because they haven't done their homework. But, but what I'm hearing in this
different calling
session. What I'm hearing in this session, though, is kind of like the Bowen and the Brown debate. What I'm hearing in this session is we also believe that there are many interpretations. So, you're trying to say that you as an outsider from the faith can have a more objectionable view of the Bible because you don't believe. And what we're trying to say is the Bible was written by believers. So believers have a perspective to help them understand, because it's theology. Ultimately, it's a theological work. So, there's two sides of the same coin.
And that's why I asked the question.
Saying you can be more objective, and we as insiders saying, if you don't have that faith, then how can you understand? Because they're speaking the language of faith. So how can you understand them if you're not in them? So again, the Bible has to be accepted for what it is, not what it is not. We can't be the straw man.
Well, C.H. Dodd was an atheist. C.H. Dodd was a vehement atheist. He was also one of the most brilliant New Testament scholars that ever lived. But Dodd also accepted the Bible on its merits. So we also have to realize that, hey, you know what? These are ancient texts. These are ancient texts. We have to, figure out what they mean in their context. And nobody in the ancient world writes pure fiction. The novella is a fairly recent development in the world of literature. Nobody writes pure fiction in the ancient world. Even their myths are based on what they thought was fact. So that's a very important consideration when we approach a text like the Bible. And I think a lot of skeptical scholarship has done a disservice to it to try to reduce the Bible to a truth-false binary truth value. You can't approach an ancient text that way. It's silly to do so. Just because there's nuance in ancient texts that we really have to grapple with. Context, history, pedigree. These are all things that have to go into the reading and the formulation and the interpretation of a text of that nature, of that antiquity. So I don't have a strong appreciation for, say, the opposite view that says, it just boils down to true or false. It's a false dichotomy.
I also just want to quickly show this is from a book called
just a point of order. We should continue on with the video.
Oh yes, okay, sorry. It's a book that Hoffmeyer was an author, and he speaks about historiography, and literally there's a book he cites called "Killing History: How Literary Critics and Social Theorists Are Murdering Our Past." And anyway, but it's going on the same context. All right. Here we go.
So within scholarship, perspective on reliability is also interpretive too. Like, from an ethnographic perspective, the Old Testament is, if you want to understand Judaism, and that's your approach, it's one of the only texts we have that describes the society and culture. It's extremely important and rich. You got to know it. From an archaeological perspective, less so. I mean, because we're trying to get in less ethnography and more into the archaeological purview. But with your background, it's literature. It's extremely robust within that tradition. So how different scholars approach it too is going to affect their interpretation as far as how reliable it is. But historically reliable, it's this big black and white, but we're all talking about the gray at this point.
Yeah.
We're not talking about black and white, we're talking about gray.
Exactly. So, well, if I could, I would play the video at this point, but
I would too. I just, and again, I know we're beating up on Falk, but I kind of wish he would have approached Josh with a reasonable attitude, and this would have been an entirely different video.
Well, I'll be honest here. I'll just say this before we moved on. Like, I would be happy, even after this video, I would be happy to let things go. If Falk and Josh were able to have a conversation and to sort things out, and if apologies were made, etc. And I know for for a fact that they did talk.
David. Yeah.
Look, and apologies were made, but I still stand by my words. I still stand by the video. So, if they're not asking for apologies, they're asking for a retraction. That's different. Yeah, you know what? I'm willing to let it go too. But this is the result. Is if they're expecting a retraction, again, unless there's a serious issue, I don't think it's going to happen.
After this, I think the thing that really gulls me about all this, though, is that for days after that conversation, Falk was still doubling down and pushing through with the same kind of rhetoric. So, like, he had a chance to make this right, and he didn't,
because he's a bitch. I'm just gonna throw it out there. That's my homeboy. Like, what is he doing tonight? Because you and more than happy to do that. And then I would give you, I think it was Dr. Kip was just saying, I would give you the, okay, cool, I'll shut the fuck up because I want 4 video. We wouldn't get breaks, and then one else. If you like to, well, I'll make it a conversation. I'll shut and then we'll.
People are just concluding it after long diligent study. So I think he's painting with a very broad brush here, and he's doing it in very compressed language. He's very careful about his words, and I think that's something we should take very careful note of, is that he's not going to let you get by one sentence without some loaded terminology being inserted here or some sort of inference. So we have to be very, very careful how we in our approach to even listening to Josh, because he's very methodical. He takes his words very slow, but they're also very loaded.
Of investigation and find consistency.
We'll stop there because I actually think that's a compliment to Dr. Josh, even though he meant it as a passive aggressive, kind of backhanded, gotcha, type thing. The people that I know, whether in the business world, to respond to Dr. Falk, that's admired as that someone or answer to your point. That one I forgot. That's a compliment. Like, am I off base there?
No, I would agree. And yeah, I love it when people call me methodical.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I don't understand. Pat, anything you'd like to say on that one?
No, I just thought we'd.
Do you want to clarify, David? Because
it wasn't.
I don't know what the heck.
I don't know what they're driving at here. It wasn't a criticism. It wasn't a passive aggressive thing.
Yeah.
His words are very careful. They are very methodical, and he does use loaded language. That just shows a very disciplined mind.
Mm.
Watch a couple more minutes and then.
So look at this. They actually haven't.
Okay. Yeah.
They actually haven't reviewed. So we are nearly the end of this stream. We've got 30 minutes left of the stream, and they've only touched on 6 minutes of your review.
1:30, 1:30, one more. Well, on the live clock here. So.
Did you lose the video?
True. We've proved our assumption. We assume the Bible is true. We look at archaeological evidence, says it's true. We've proved our assumption. Therefore, it's circular reasoning. There is a sense where, okay, yeah, if you do approach the text that way, yeah, you could end up with a possibility of circular reasoning. There's no doubt there. But that's not the only approach to the text. And while that may be true in fundamentalist circles, it's certainly not true of even, say, wider evangelical scholarship. It just isn't true. Because truth value of the scriptures isn't the only outcome to an archaeological investigation. And I think we'll get into that a little more as this progresses here.
So when you read something in the book of Daniel and it says Belshazzar, and 100 years ago, scholars are like, we don't know anything about any Belshazzar. And then archaeology pulls up, oh, here's Belshazzar. They're like, aha, see, it proves the Bible. Right. Okay. It's not really how that works.
Granted, one find that supports a detail of the Bible does not prove the entire Bible. But he's also sort of glossing over something as well here, which is that in the case of, say, Christian apologists, it's a reactive discipline. It reacts to challenges. Okay? He's being a little disingenuous here. In fact, he's being a lot disingenuous. Let's just throw out the charity here. He's being a lot disingenuous. He sort of glosses over that scholars 100 years ago were saying that the Bible is not true. Basically throwing out the whole baby with the bathwater here on the basis that they couldn't find Belshazzar in the cuneiform record. Well, now we have tablets from that reign, one of which is in the British Museum. So if we reduce that scope from, well, the Bible's all wrong and the Bible's all true versus this detail is confirmed, then yes, it's valid. It's totally valid. But at the same time, too, both approaches are wrong. Basically discarding the whole Bible because you find one detail that doesn't match your preconceived notions is no more valid than accepting the entire Bible as your notion.
Boom. No, stopping point right there for me. No, if it is the inherent word of God, it's God-breathed, God-inspired text, manual to life, handbook, what the fuck ever. If there's one singular thing that's off in your book, the whole goddamn thing's fucked up, Dr. Falk. And
then this is it. This is it. This is the Sunday school coming to play.
This is the Sunday school coming right out.
You that's a straw man with respect to what inspiration means and what inerrancy means and all that stuff.
It's totally it.
It's not.
I mean, first
like
of all,
how,
you don't know if that detail was inserted by a later editor,
which is part of the process.
Which is part of the process. You don't know if that detail is, part of the autographs. You don't know if you're interpreting that detail right. It's a black or white proposition with them.
It's no.
Either it's their interpretation or the whole Bible scrapped.
To be blunt,
it's a black and white fallacy.
It's like a King James only is saying the English corrects the Hebrew and the Greek, and every punctuation in the King James translator is from the hand of God. Like, that's not inspiration.
That's not inspiration.
It's not some mechanical. It's not the Quran, actually.
It's a fundamentalist, ancient alienist view of inspiration. It's really an ancient alien. It's UFO cult version of inspiration. It's bizarre. It's absolutely bizarre.
They just painted you as doing this to Bowen, and now Oz is going to paint you as this, and they're not going to say anything about Oz, but they're going to complain about you.
Hey, Kool-Aid thought Falk was a creationist. If you remember.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was a fundamentalist creationist.
In the same league as Wyatt.
Same league as Wyatt. Yeah. Ron Wyatt.
Yeah.
What's funny is even if they were correct in their, view on inspiration and all that, Falk didn't even say. He said both were a false dichotomy anyway, and that the individual points prove individual points of the text. Like, okay, finding Belshazzar. Well, that proves Belshazzar is proof in the Bible.
But that's the irony, right? It's like, oh, look, here we go. Tick.
We're reacting against them. They're the ones that said you have no evidence of David, therefore the Bible's wrong. That's what they said. Then we have evidence of David. They said you have no evidence for the Bible because there
was no Nazareth, for example. Oh, look, Nazareth is there.
Yeah. No Belshazzar.
But we're just saying, look, here's Belshazzar, here's David, here's all these things you said were not true. Then why are you still saying the Bible's not true?
Said the same thing about Piranhas.
A quick clarification, David. When Hofmeyr released in the late 90s Israel and Egypt, and then another one, Ancient Egypt in the Wilderness.
Yeah.
So those two books, would you say Egyptology... Would you say that's the turning point from a minimalist to a maximalist position as far as Exodus scholarship goes?
No, I would say the turning point was actually with Kenneth Kitchen.
But which year would you put this compared to Hofmeyr's books?
Let's see here. Do I have his book here? I do not have Kenneth Kitchen's book. Kenneth Kitchen wrote a book in, I believe, it was 1969, but don't quote me on it, on the Ancient Near East and the Old Testament, I think it's called. I'd have to look it up.
I'll look it up here.
Yeah. It was his first major book, but it has, say, the core, basically the core nucleus of all his ideas. And I think that was really the turning point. That was when things started really changing. Because after that, he wrote several chapters with Donald Wiseman and Alan Millard. And then he wrote his On the Reliability of the Old Testament, which was a massive 600, 700-page tome on the relationship.
Did you say 1996?
1969.
Oh, 1969. So is it called Ancient Orient and Old Testament?
Yes, that's it.
1966.
1966, okay.
Yep.
That's when things... That's
and
when
2003
really
was his On the Reliability of the Old Testament was...
Yes.
2003, yeah. Which is like 30 years later, yeah.
That's where the scholarship started to turn the corner.
Oh wow! So Hofmeyr is at basically summarizing them.
Yeah, he's
I
at the
suppose,
other
but-
end of this.
Right. Okay.
You know, Hoffmeyer was at a conference once, and he was talking. He did a paper on, say, the Delta and the destruction of, say, Paramses and Avaris and all that, and the abandonment. And Hoffmeyer hadn't yet put together that his findings match a 13th century date for the Exodus. And somebody in the audience goes, "Oh, it sounds like your findings agree with Kitchen." And he's going, "Yeah, I guess so."
Wow. Interesting. Because that's the thing I've always wondered about that. Like, would the 90s have been that, the turn of the millennium where it's like full steam ahead now, sort of thing. And,
well, we have some overlap in say biblical archaeology, for lack of a better term, where we see sort of the end of one era and the beginning of the other. You have Kenneth Kitchen doing his work in 1966. And then, we see sort of the end of the high chronology in 1992 with William Ward's last paper on it. Because during this process, Kitchen is also doing serious revisions to the chronology and introduces a low chronology at this point. So in the 1970s, he's doing a lot of work on Kitchen's doing a lot of work on chronology. He's doing a lot of work on the low chronology. And the clash between low and high chronologies comes to a head. And William Ward in 1992 publishes the last great paper on the high chronology, and it's so embarrassingly bad that it sort of kills the high chronology forever.
Right.
And that's really the end of, say, that sort of stream of biblical chronology or biblical archaeology. At that point, say, a more Kitchenine line takes over from there. So just about everyone else is now sort of following Kitchen's lead in most of this, at least as far as biblical maximalism is concerned.
I suppose a very quick last clarifying question. Alan Millard, does he have any relationship with Kitchen?
Oh yeah, they're good friends.
Yeah.
They're very good friends. In fact, I was friends with Alan Millard when I was in Liverpool. We're still good friends.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were colleagues and friends.
And I think they published basically this very similar material.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, he's also Alan Millard is also a biblical maximalist.
Right.
But he's more doing it along the lines of, say, Assyriology.
Right.
Instead of, say, Egyptology.
All right.
A lot of your background and your writings come from evangelical and like charismatic traditionalist Christian organizations, which would all suggest that the Bible is inherent. It is the God-inspired word, so that there can't be flaws. There can't be flaws. There can't be inconsistencies. There can't be any fuck-ups, right, in the book. But guess what, Dr. Falk? There's a lot of fuck-ups.
And even if... Okay,
That's
wait.
so parochial.
It's
so parochial.
It's like, there's a Reformation Creed, Belgium Confession Article 2 that says, we know God through two books, the Book of Nature and the Scripture. The Book of Nature
has F-ups too.
Oh yeah, in the sense that it's not the Book of Nature, it's us, and it's our... It's the holes in the model because it's our fault, because, and it's not our fault like bad boy fault. It's there's room for research, learning, refinements, but that's why we're still grinding at both, not just the Bible but also the Book of Nature. Now notice the Book of Nature is like a brute fact because, hey, you and I exist. It has to work.
I love how he sort of just flops out there that, well, the Bible's got a lot of F-ups. Well, that's an assertion.
Exactly, yeah.
That's not evidence. maybe he's right, maybe he's wrong. But there's no evidence there. Anyone could make a blanket statement like that.
Right. There's questions that need to be investigated, and when we do investigate it, more so than not, it's a positive conclusion, just like how we make progress in science. There's a question, we investigate it, oh look, at the end of the day it is intelligible. It's not, it's not Gandalf like in the thumbnail.
No.
Yeah.
As cute as that is.
Yeah. And also, just to answer someone in the outside chat, Bart asks, so have they made any good criticism of Dr. Falk? No. After 3 hours, no.
Well, okay, so first of all, remember, he's arguing against an argument about strawmanning. Josh has already said he's talking about fundamental apologetics, right? And he's changing this to be mainstream scholarship. But Josh presented an argument that was intentionally focused on Christian fundamental apologetics of 100 years ago. 100 years ago, there were, again, people that studied the ancient Near East were trying to figure out, look, there's this, within the text, they're talking about this historical character that we can't find any record of. Maybe he didn't exist. That's actually what the argument was. Josh maybe plays it up a little bit, but there were the theologians of the period saying, no, because in the Bible, it exists. Then archaeology confirmed it. And the theologians and the apologists of the period ran around saying, well, that's why we prove it. Before Kip jumps in, because he's going to talk, sum this up, I do want to go to something. He's going to make an argument later, and I know we're not going to cover it, but it's in my notes, and I think it's relatively important. He's going to... Falk's going to talk about this concept of, well, just because you don't find like a city destroyed, there's all this stuff about, Jericho and all this stuff later on in the video. I wanted, as the archaeologist, to explain something to you that he is misrepresenting within the field. And if we believe something has happened, if there's a historical record, doesn't matter if it's Roman, Greek, somewhere from the ancient Near East or from the Bible, and it says this army came to this place and destroyed this city. Archaeology expects to find certain things. Now, I'm not a chronologist. I really don't care if it's exactly at the time the Bible says it occurred. And I think that's a legitimate critique of some of what, timeline problems that Falk does later, but he oversimplifies it. We won't get into that. But if you say a city was razed, which means to the ground, knocked down from top story to the ground, and then we don't find that in the archaeological record, well, I am comfortable saying that event didn't occur. Now, if it's something simple like I'm trying to figure out in a letter that he wrote his wife in the 3rd millennium BCE that he traveled from one ancient city to another and built a shrine, a relatively small shrine, to a goddess that may be somewhat obscure at the time, and I don't ever find that shrine, that absence of that evidence doesn't necessarily disprove that document that Kip generated.
By the way, Oz is in the chat. Dumb. So hey, that Oz. Yeah, go for it, Dr. Falk.
That's just idiotic. Look, if it says a small shrine was there and you don't find it there, you've got to ask the question, hey, you can ask the question, why is it not there? Sure. But to say it was never there at all, no, that's absence of evidence argument, and absence of evidence arguments just lead historians to ruin. David Hackett Fisher just repeats this over and over and over and over again. It's a historian's fallacy. Because, there could be several, reasons why it's not there. So, if you're comfortable with that, that's just strange.
He said historians of 100 years ago, and I take that to mean that he's basically saying there aren't any thoroughgoing Albrightians around anymore. And there really aren't any G. Ernest Wrights around anymore, which is okay with me. That's fine.
Yeah. Well, historians of 150 years ago were saying, we don't find the Hittites. We don't find the Belshazzar. Therefore, the Bible's not true. This was higher criticism. It was the higher criticism of 150 years ago. The arguments haven't changed. They just shift their targets. And with every turn of the shovel, there's a retreat. So, you take an absence of evidence argument at your peril.
Hey, by the way, hey Oz. So you say it's always easier to talk about a person and or their argument than to talk to them publicly. Oh boy, that's we could say a mouthful about that, because if you're talking
about... Isn't that what you just tried to do?
If you're talking about, say, Dr. Falk and Dr. Bowen engagement, that is in itself... I don't want to get in between that because it's between Dr. Bowen and Dr. Falk. But if you're talking about, say, your review of Dr. Falk's review, guess what? To use your lingo, we had the balls to be live simultaneous with, your live stream, but you only touched like 10 minutes of David Falk's review. And we've been going on, now it's about 3 hours, 15 minutes. So I would suggest you go right from the start and go right through the whole thing, and I think you'll be pleasantly surprised.
I want to say this real quick, okay? So, and this guy in the middle, Pat or whatever, he kind of doesn't get it, but they're saying we have no evidence like for Jericho's complete destruction. I guess that's what he's implying. So therefore, because it's such a big deal, then that means the Bible doesn't exist. No, what we have is we have an ancient document, the Bible, that tells us that Jericho was destroyed. So therefore, we have evidence. And then, do we have any justification why the archaeological data is the way it is? So we accept the witness, the ancient witness, as given to us, and then we apply the tools of modern academics to see what the data reflects. And we try to interpret the data based on that. Now, I'm not trying to support Jericho in this instance because I believe in God or Jesus. I'm trying to support Jericho because I have an ancient document that says this happened. And so I'm going to see, is there any justification? But they're automatically just saying no. So therefore, we discredit the entire Bible. And you keep doing this. There was no David. Well, now we have evidence of David. There was no Belshazzar. Well, now we have evidence of Belshazzar. Well, there's no cities razed. Well, we have evidence of the 3 cities mentioned in Joshua that were burned. We have evidence of them. And then, there's a little trick on the city of Ai because we don't even know if we have that location. So it's very tricky just to discount all this stuff so easily. And so I'm saying you're oversimplifying, not Dr. Falk. He's got to simplify it because it's a short video, but your oversimplification is absolutely unjustifiable.
Well, let's move it outside of biblical archaeology. Let's just, the example with Troy, right? Archaeologists read the Iliad and the Odyssey, and they think, well, it's religious literature, we can't trust it. And then all of a sudden, we find Troy. And so it mostly sheds light on postmodern methodology more than anything, to push negative evidence arguments versus, the text, like Dio said, it is positive evidence. And then level of confidence, of course, goes up or down based on the archaeological evidence. But you can't say there's no evidence when you have textual evidence, even if it is religious.
Do you want me, David, to go for another 15 and then we cap it off after that?
Sure. I'm game.
Okay.
Hey, this is now starting to get fun. Now that I see there's nothing there, it's like, okay.
Because I don't know whether to keep reviewing the video or because Oz wants to come into the stream. And I'm happy to bring him in.
No, he's had his say.
Okay.
He's had his say,
Actually, could I ask a quick question to Dr. Falk?
Sure.
I was actually really confused why Dr. Bowen thought that William Deaver was going to be his ally in minimalism because wasn't Deaver part of the old Oxford Old Testament seminar?
Yes.
And then right after that, didn't he also publish 2 volumes where he picked out pre-exilic texts and correlated that with the archaeological record?
Yes. What it comes down to was there's a video that Deaver did in 2006 that went viral on the internet, where he's at a conference where he talks about 38 out of 40 cities that don't fit the biblical narrative. Now, what he defines the biblical narrative being is these cities were destroyed. So, in a sense, Deaver is in 2006 was still under that, say again, that 6-year-old Sunday school fundamentalist view of the Israelite conquest, where they went into the Holy Land and they just burned and destroyed every city. Well, a lot can change in, say, 10, 15 years. Deaver now recognizes that his original interpretation of what the Joshua conquests really say is more nuanced than what he originally thought. So, I don't know how much he would stand behind that 2006 video. Honestly, I'm friends with Bill Deaver. I have coffee with him every time I go to the conferences. It's funny. My first paper was at Azor was in when was it? It was 2000 and I think it was 17. And he's at the back of the room. Bill Deaver's at the back of the room, and up on the stage is myself. Thomas Schneider, a couple other people, and Deaver goes, he gets up and he gets into the sort of the huff that he became famous for, and well, I don't see anything that's remotely true in all these papers, and he just went on a 10-minute rant. Okay. Now at the same time too, at this conference, we get off the stage, and we know we've been Deavered now. And which is our sort of a baptism by fire. And of course, it's my first paper at Azor. And who do I bump into right after getting Deavered was Manfred Beatalk. The great excavator of the virus.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah, I actually like him. Yeah. And
he says, I'm there with James Hoffmeyer and Manfred Beatalk, and Jim goes, well, we do find some correlations with the Bible and archaeology, and Beatalk goes, well, of course we do, because the Bible tells us so. Now, the ironic thing was, the very next year, 2018, I am having lunch with Jim and a couple other scholars. And who walks up the table but Bill Deaver. And Bill Deaver goes to me, you know what? I'm glad you stuck to your guns. You should have stuck to your guns on this. I don't know why he had the change of and then after that I kept talking to him, and it's just like, we would, it was really friendly. It's just like, okay, this guy's had a real change of attitude. And, he said, the one terrifying thing about being a scholar is living long enough to see all your views be refuted. So, I don't think Josh is going to find the same support from, say, 2021 Bill Deaver that he had maybe in 2006 Bill Deaver. Because Bill goes with the evidence. He's honest in that respect.
I'm even thinking of like 1980s, 1990s Bill Deaver, where he would slap around Israel Finkelstein.
Oh yeah, and Tommy Thompson. Even in the 1990s, Bill Deaver was already separating himself from Tommy Thompson and Lemke and Philip Davies. Already he was sort of separating himself from the pack of biblical minimalism.
I just want to point out, Oz is saying that you're scared to interact, and I think Spartan Theology's comment here is apt. I don't think anyone is scared, but the way Oz presented himself in the stream, I'm sure gave Dr. Falk no reason to think the interaction would be productive.
That's it. That's basically it.
That's basically it.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, Oz, think about it. You spent 2 hours
nothing
with vitriolic, crude usage of the English language, right? The Queen's English, right? And how, what did that? Do you feel better? Like, how is that productive? I mean, he's just come into the back room over here. So what I'll do is I'll bring him in very briefly, because okay, here you go. Let me ask you this question. You have Kip. I don't know Pat too much, but at least Kip as say a mouthpiece who I do respect, and I do also respect Dr. Josh Bowen. But then, so you bring on these guests. Notice their maturity in this sense, a lot higher maturity than yourself. Because honestly, in the discussion, what did you ultimately provide? In my opinion, nothing. And we've been reviewing this for the last 3 hours. So why do you want to come on the stream right now?
I would say I would argue the same thing about yourself and Dr. Davey Falk, whatever.
My name's not Davey.
There's nothing. There's nothing.
And that's very immature.
There's nothing offered that's going to change anybody's minds or anything like that, because his video, like he literally and on purpose, like if we're all on YouTube, we know this, like would take bites of his popcorn and chew it in the screen while other things are happening to be a smartass. So if you're going to try to minimize my input or what I do or do not add to a stream, when we have somebody with a doctorate chewing popcorn in the screen while fellow doctorates are making points, then I think you're being
Oz, you've misunderstood what I said. No, I'm sorry, you misunderstood what I said. You can run your show however you want. I'm basically commenting on the quality of the argumentation or your response to David Falk. So in other words, David Falk makes an argument. You have your guests respond back, which, you know, they have the right to do that. And they are the scholars as well, don't forget, you're not. Then your little 2-cent piece is just cuss words. And then that's it. It doesn't, the spice doesn't flow if you do it that way.
I said
mockery is not critique.
You can laugh.
Exactly, mockery is not critique.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't like you can think whatever you want to think about me and how I handled myself on screen, and I said it up front. Like we have the professionals in the field. I am not the professional at all. But what I can sniff out is bullshit. And when Falk did his video, like the entire thing is filled with sarcasm and snarkiness and
not
being
at all.
A fucking asshole.
Not at all.
The entire time he's doing the video.
So I recommend you check out the last 3 hours of this review. Not at all. I'm sorry.
Are you Dr. Falk?
I'm Dr. Falk.
Okay, so Dr. Falk, did you not use any type of form of sarcasm or snarkiness through that entire video?
I might have, but again,
okay, so
is that unwarranted? It's not a matter of whether or not I use sarcasm. You know, sarcasm may be warranted.
Okay.
Like for example,
so cool.
if
you used it, then all of you shut the fuck up, because I'm doing the same thing. I'm being a snarky asshole, and I'm using sarcasm. So shut the fuck up.
Well, you're not using sarcasm. You're using cuss words. You're using expletives.
Yeah, and all you're doing is just demonstrating our point that we've established in the last 3 hours. It would be wise for you to not continue in this trajectory, because it's just proving our point. The entire audience that's been watching for the last 3 hours is just... This is basically comedy to them now.
And everything... And the only reason we got through like 20 minutes of Falk's video is because it was that, like the fact that he attacks Dr. Josh on being self-published, but then
I didn't attack him on being self-published.
Like, oh my God, are you? You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar.
I did not attack him on being self-published.
You're a liar. Yes,
but I am saying that self-published works have a history of being low quality works, and I don't think you'll find any scholar that disagrees with that.
But then
that's what I said.
But then when we do when we do the research on your shit, it's not any more credible. So
what? Wait, you attack my master's thesis? Like what? Are you crazy?
Did you guys conveniently skip through
the
first part of the
video?
No.
We watched the entire thing.
We watched the entire thing. We had a great laugh.
When we went through credentials.
Mm-hmm.
Watch the whole thing.
We got to self-publication and then how
no, there's no self-publication in my credentials. None.
Through whom? No. It's worse because you paid people. You paid people to publish your shit.
I didn't pay anyone. Look, one thing I'll tell you one thing about me.
No,
am.
Wait, Oz. Wait, let David speak. If you want to hear it from David himself, go for David. Go.
Okay, I am notoriously cheap. I do not pay for publication, ever. No one has ever paid. I have never paid a publisher to publish any of my works. You have been lied to, sir, and you bought it, hook, line, and sinker.
Well, no, I'm on my cell phone right now. But on my computer, we covered this on the stream.
Yes, and he lied.
Yeah, and we responded. We responded to it.
And you bought it.
It's not about
I have never paid to have my work published. Never. I have only either been paid to be published or contributed it for free through peer review. But I have never paid to have any of my work published ever.
Oz, you have two scholars talking.
Okay.
One says one thing, one says another thing, okay? So now you need to go research and say who's the truth. Right now, Dr. Falk says, I did not pay to have my book published. Dr. Falk is saying that. So we have to believe it until it's proven wrong. So we're saying what you said in your video is wrong. It was not properly researched, and you had nothing to add to the conversation. And so if you're going to keep this up, you're a waste of time.
Okay, so Dr. Kip or Pat or Dr. Joshua, if you happen to be in the chat, because I'm not in my studio right now in front of my computer, if you guys have the links to all this bullshit that they're talking about,
Oz,
please
the only logical, sane thing to do and the fair thing to do is just go back to the start of this entire review and watch it through.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see Kip or Bowen anywhere here in the chat. But I will show you, for example, here.
I'm on my phone.
This is where we. Do you see the timeline?
Who's there? Who's not?
Do you see? But do you see what I'm showing on my screen, though? Can you at least see this?
I mean, barely. I'm on my phone. But
I am. Okay, so you did. So I'm at the negative 28-minute mark. So basically 28 minutes before the stream ends. And you've already done about 2 hours of that. So in other words, you've done like 2.5 hours worth of streaming. And we paused it at the 28 minutes before you end it so that you can come in.
I don't know.
We were very methodical compared to your 6 to 10 minute review of David's stream.
Well, but because that's how much bullshit was there. That's what we were coming through.
Isn't it interesting that neither Kip nor Pat even finished the review before you went on the stream?
No,
like
we
I mean, come on.
We couldn't get through it all. We couldn't get through it all.
You couldn't get through it all, or you didn't want to get through it all?
I think the BS was there before because you bring it with you.
Actually,
you're smelling yourself, buddy. You're smelling yourself.
Whoever said that, you're exactly right. You can't like no, we didn't want to keep listening. Your boots only go so high as far as waiting in the shit, like to where it gets to the point where it's like, no, I'm not going to keep listening to the shit. Like I get it. I understand my
Can you like
Hey,
reduce the cussing, especially on my channel?
I'm not gonna.
I mean, I'm being a bit lenient, but I don't really, appreciate that. So.
I mean, I can go. I'm just being me. I mean, I can go if the custom.
Sure, but as a guest,
thing, I can go.
and I'm the host, if you can follow the rules in that sense, I'd appreciate it.
I think you should go back to the.
Here's
10
the
minutes
thing.
we had.
So Oz, you're accusing, or I guess your channel is accusing Dr. Falk of being disingenuous. But all the things that you pointed out with criticism for credentials or even sarcastic comments, all those same things could be applied to his previous popcorn reviews, reviewing Christians, who he, would call a brother in Christ. And those criticisms were way worse. In fact, Bowen's criticisms were way less than his previous popcorn reviews, in my opinion. And so if he was that light to an atheist versus to whom he considers brothers, which is much greater criticism, there's not this bias towards atheism from his faith or anything in the video. So I think a lot of this is just conjured up from your group.
You could think that, but when somebody goes at somebody that you do deeply care about, not just disingenuous or dishonest, but then I can't remember the exact wording or phrasing, Falk, that you used, but implying that he was using verbal tactics to try to convince people to maybe
no. That wasn't coming from Bowen. That was coming from Myth's vision, and that's then the flow of the narrative and the context with respect to the way that discussion would have then flowed from then on. And so what David's doing is first establishing that fact, and then and then analyzing Bowen's engagement with the data points of the Old Testament archaeology. That's how. So in other words, it's knotted. Dr. Falk was unknotting the very subtle, nuance, negative nuance with respect to how to utilize the research and the data points.
No, that's not true. It
is true.
That is not true. That is not true. No, it's not true. It's not true.
It is true because Bowen himself. Wait, 1 second. Bowen himself, when he gives the Belshazzar example in Daniel, the way he words it ironically contradicts Derek's sort of like agenda in the interview. That's what's so subtle and interesting. But then Dr. Falk will then add on to that and say, well, and the tide's turning towards a maximalist position, which now he's engaging with Bowen's data points directly, rather than how the interview started, which is that agenda-driven toxicity that's coming from Derek's context. You see, that's how knotty this whole thing actually is.
No.
Besides, why should
that has nothing to do with what I was talking about.
It has everything to do with.
Why should Josh be immune to criticism?
I'm sorry, you guys are either cutting up or talking over each other. I can't hear you.
Why should Josh be immune to criticism? Why are you all defending him?
No.
Is he not a PhD holder?
Josh,
can he not defend himself?
Okay, so go ahead. No, I'll talk when you're done, because I've been accused of talking over everybody. So you guys talk, and I'll talk when you're done.
Well, I mean, we're treating this guy as if he's some idol on a pedestal, that he can't defend himself. Yet he comes out and he sort of rubbishes people's faith, and yet we treat him like he can't defend himself. Either he's a PhD holder who can defend his views, or he's not. And if he's not,
okay, so
then why are you defending him?
Are you willing to have a one-on-one conversation with him publicly?
I've always told him I would. And he told me that I was too fringe for his consideration.
Okay.
And in fact, just quickly, later on in the review, which you didn't obviously reach, I mean, it's public, but I don't want to bring it up because I hate causing tension, I suppose. But there's even money involved with respect to that potential discussion. And Bowen said no. Again, it's his prerogative. I'm not putting him down.
Yeah, I mean,
for
I
doing
totally
that.
respect Bowen's decision to say no.
But why didn't Bowen...
What's curious about Bowen here, what's curious about it is he then agrees to have a debate with two people that are not subject matter experts.
And that
have no credentials in this field.
Exactly, yeah.
That's very curious. It's very strange. You know, even his explanation to me that, first of all, he was tricked into it. Okay, you know, how smart of a PhD are you if you can get tricked into a debate with two people that don't hold credentials? But the fact is that also, though, that, you know, his denial, his what he told me as his reason for not debating me was that I was the subject matter expert and he wasn't. So if I'm the subject matter expert on the Exodus, which is what he said, and he is not the subject matter expert, then why would he engage in a debate with two other basically people who have no academic credentials at all? Does that make sense to you?
I have no idea what you're talking about right now.
Yeah, because you didn't listen to the whole review. That's why you don't have any idea.
No, I listened to yours twice.
You are aware he's doing a debate with Sheffield and CJ Cox, right?
I don't even know who those people are. So
you're right. You don't know who those people are because you're not clued into the thing. You're not aware of what's going on.
But
you're just knee-jerk reacting. You're just knee-jerk reacting to someone who attacked this position you chair.
No, that has nothing to do.
Okay, then did you know who CJ Cox is?
To do with your stream. No, but that's what I'm saying. Now you're just moving shit around because it has nothing to do with your stream and what you said.
Well, I did mention it on my stream.
On your stream,
I did mention it.
That's all our stream was about, is how you conducted yourself and how you approached or quote unquote attacked.
It's my stream. I can do what I want.
Okay, cool. Then it's my stream.
It's your stream. You can do what you want.
Right. Cool.
Fair enough. But don't claim that your position does not have vulnerabilities and hypocrisies.
Don't say but. Don't say but. But is the eraser. Don't say but. Don't say I get to do whatever I want. But when you get to say you get to do whatever you want.
You can be as hypocritical on your channel as you want to be. That's up to you.
Yeah, and you can too. Absolutely.
And I think this is, again, how ironic. I mean, anyone else in the stream here, feel free to chime in because it's technically... I think this is good that you came in, Oz. Because if anyone has stuck this long through it, or if those who, hopefully they do, you've just basically demonstrated key argumentation that we made right throughout the stream. And by the way, I'm not saying this to put you down, Oz. I'm saying this for the sake of truth and clarity. And that if you were indeed fair in that regard, that then you would admit that, yeah, that is the case. That's all we care about. We don't care about character assassination and all those really petty high school mannerisms. We're professionals in this context.
Yeah, we're not T-jump here, so.
Hold on, just to retrace, make sure I heard you right. I would concede to what or admit what?
Oh, okay. Did you not understand? Okay, can someone sort of paraphrase what I just said?
Yeah, I'm sorry. My phone cut out. I'm not being a smartass at all. My phone cut out. I didn't catch portions of that.
So what I said was, thank you for coming in. So you said, I'm just going to lay out the chronology here. You were basically being immature. By the way, I'm saying this just from observation. You're being immature in the text, saying that we don't have the balls to bring you in. I brought you in. You've come in. Now we've had this dialogue. In fact, it's been very important because it authenticates and vindicates this entire review that we've done based on this interaction we've just had. And therefore, since all we care about is the, true things, right? And data points and so on. We're not interested in petty, immature character assassination sort of tactics. We care about just the discussion at hand, which is ultimately what Bowen's book is all about in that context. So you coming in and now having a dialogue with Dr. Falk himself has basically reaffirmed practically this entire, nearly 4 hours worth of stream. So if you have any, consistency with respect to the pursuit of truth, which is something that you try and establish in your streams, then be fair about it.
It's
as simple as that.
I'm trying to. I'm trying to follow you because you're not Dr. Falk. So I'm trying to follow you, but
I'm the host.
Dr. Falk, like, I get that, I understand that, and that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to be respectful to you and what you're saying, but Dr. Falk, and he just said it. It's my channel. I can do and say, what I want to do, and cool, we can all do that. I mean,
it's nothing to do with what you can. It has nothing to do with your prerogative with respect to your rightful, ownership of whatever you have and how you do things and so on. You could play Minecraft for 10 hours straight. I don't care. If you misinterpret Dr. Fox's review, we are responding to that misinterpretation. That's all this is.
So I've never been obviously on your channel, and you've been cool with me, whether we agree or disagree. You and I have been cool, but as far as Dr. Falk's review and how he put everything together and how he projected himself on his own channel, not yours, on his own channel that you're reviewing, on top of mine. That's where I take issue. It's not you or your.
But there's
channel.
no difference
it's him
from
and
the
way him acting like he's more superior than myself or anybody that was on our channel tonight, when he was acting like a fucking child on his shit.
Okay, there's no difference from
I'm
the way
sorry,
he
I'm trying to
reviewed
quit.
Bowen
I'm sorry.
to other people. All of his previous popcorn reviews are no different. In fact, they're more critical.
Okay, cool.
Than the one of Bowen. Cool. So, I mean, if you take issue with the way he does reviews, that's fine. But if you're using it as ammo for an attack on Bowen or the atheist community or the way he feels superior to them, well, you have to apply that same logic to all of his other reviews, all his other videos as well.
I
just quick. By the way, Oz, just quickly, I'm going to read out a audience chat here, which is relevant. So King the North says he covered the Lambert publishing earlier. He admitted, so this is Dr. Falk. So Dr. Falk admitted it was a shady publishing group but it was a master's thesis, something not relevant to the conversation. Dr. Josh's book is relevant. So that's the point. When you go off into these tangents where it is character assassination against Dr. Falk, That's what we are responding towards.
No.
Thesis, master's thesis are still reviewed.
You don't. You don't get to call people out and say, "Well, you self-published," and turn around and say, "Well, yeah, I published through this shady ass fucking company, but
it was shady. It was shady after Falk published his work, not during. There's that added context as well. But the point is, despite the context, no, 1 second, despite the context, it's not relevant because Bowen's book is the topic of discussion.
Between you and I,
and it's a master's thesis.
If it was you and I, hold on. If it was between you and I, it wouldn't be relevant. We probably would never talk about it.
You're breaking up, dude.
I'm sorry. My phone might be starting to die, but for the host, like between you and I, if we were talking, it probably would never be an issue. Between Falk brought it up. Then once people started doing the research based on what Falk said about Bowen, then it was like, well, hold on, who are you? Who are you to say anything about self-publication?
But this is
when you're going through shady ass shit that's not even approved by anyone.
Wait, I've never self-published anything.
This is the way Muslims argue.
Okay, but the thing is, Oz, don't you see that even if you're right, the best that proves is a hypocrisy fallacy, and that you're not actually critiquing the content of the video, but you're attacking the character of the person. And if the entire review, from beginning to finish, was an attack on Falk and the way he critiqued or his credentials or anything, but it wasn't actually to any of the content criticisms that he said against Bowen's works.
So
and
Falk,
you still to this,
okay, sorry,
you're doing the same thing, and not actually critiquing anything that he said against Bowen.
Okay, Oz, seriously, 1 sec. When you read the endorsements, okay, so you have two scholars who, yeah, reasonable, one at specifically Yale Divinity and so on. There are issues, in my opinion, with respect to his conclusions, Baden's work. But then, of all the people to endorse it, the eminent Aaron Ra comes on. And he has an actual say in the matter? I mean, for goodness sake. That is just laughable. That you see, we're dealing with the book. Dr. Falk's master's thesis through the publishing situation has absolutely no bearing in this context. That's the point. And even if we go down a publishing thing, Dr. Falk himself has clarified in the stream, ironically enough, that it was legitimate when he published it. It then became illegitimate after he published it. You see that? In other words, it's a win-win for Dr. Falk in this scenario. There is no hypocrisy involved. But yet, Aaron Ra, which is absolutely a big buffoon in this entire thing, because I've there's like a 3-hour debate I've had with him on my channel. He has an authoritative right to authenticate Bowen's work when he doesn't even know the languages. Like, honestly, come on.
That's literally like inviting Kent Hovind to give
a review of Hugh Ross's work.
Yes. It's like It's like inviting Kent Hovind on to the board of directors on a professional opinion on evolution.
When Ken Hovind does a review, I'll say
just because I'll before I even say this, let me I'll make this perfectly known. I'm not the biggest Aaron Ra fan in the world ever. But just because Aaron Ra endorses something does not make it illegitimate. It doesn't mean that it's bullshit and it should be.
No, again, you misunderstand. Oh my goodness sake!
Well,
use some critical thinking.
It's not a matter of it being illegitimate or legitimate.
It's whether
It's a
he
matter of
understands the
it's
content.
questionable. We have an absence of information here.
Well,
Or
not
a
only
lack
that,
of
but
support.
It's an absence of
A lack
information.
of scholarly.
well, not only that, but Oz,
Like,
it's not just that. The question is, does Aaron even understand the content of Bowen's book? Does he understand the context of all these events, the ancient areas, etc.? Because if he's still spouting that the Israelites believed a volcano god, then I'm sorry, that just tells me he has not learned a thing, and he never does.
Honestly, now Bowen, I would be incredibly surprised. In fact, wait. If Bowen says that Sinai is a volcano, okay, here's where it's going to be really laughable. Aaron Ra endorses the book, right? Here's where it's ironic. Aaron Ra endorses the book, but Aaron Ra believes Sinai is a volcano. Bowen, if he says no, because guess what? It's a handbook for atheists, and if Bowen refutes that myth, then Aaron Ra, have you actually read the book? Because Aaron Ra, I don't think you should be holding that view anymore. You see, that's the double standard in this context. Is it just an endorsement for the sake of, oh, look, see, here's a popular YouTuber, Aaron Ra, he's just endorsing it? Because notice when you read the endorsement, the way Aaron Ra words it is a typical Aaron Ra way of talking, where he's just projecting his opinion on just, the faith, the Bible, and so on. He's not actually, like, for example, at least Baden gave a sort of, like, feel that he read the work. So, in other words, I wouldn't be surprised if Bowen's remarks about the Old Testament relationship to archaeology would contradict easily 50+% of what Aaron Ra's perspectives are on the text. And that's what's so ironic. In other words, he's correcting Aaron Ra's perceptions.
Okay. So real quick, before my phone dies, what's the beef with Josh's book then? Because everything that I've heard so far,
there's no beef.
There's no beef. It's a review.
It's a scholarly reaction.
It's a review.
To
there's no beef. It's a review.
No. Just like other videos he's reacted to.
That video was not just a review, and Josh told me that that Falk he contacted you or called you or texted you or whatever about the quote unquote review. That wasn't just a review. There's a lot of like passive aggressive, underhanded, backside slap shots.
I have a question.
So what's oh, no. I'm talking right now. Like because my phone's gonna die here any second. Like what's the beef with the book?
Okay, question, Oz. Have you seen the other video reaction videos on his channel?
Falk.
Yeah, no, Falk's other reaction.
What's the beef with the book?
Yeah, he's just.
I have no beef with the book. All I'm saying is that a self-published book is of, is an unknown factors. It's of unknown quality. It's of dubious quality.
Oh, like your shit. Okay.
What? What shit? Which shit? Be specific. My peer-reviewed articles, my book with Hendrickson's, my PhD thesis.
Yeah, everything you have.
Everything I have is peer-reviewed, except for the ancient Egyptian origins of Gnosticism, and that was peer-reviewed during thesis examination. Everything is peer-reviewed.
Yep. So
what's dubious quality here?
Everybody listening, just go Google it.
What's dubious quality?
He's about.
Okay. Here's the thing. You're asserting a claim. You are begging the question. You have to justify how and why is the case here.
Have you Googled it, Oz?
Which of my peer-reviewed articles are not peer-reviewed?
Yes. We did all of this before we did our before we did our video tonight.
We obviously didn't do it very well.
I said it No, read the book.
Rob, put the
I
last
said
quote
it,
up.
I
Put
said
the
it an
last quote
hour.
back up on the
I
screen.
said it.
Kiara's quote.
I said it an hour ago when I jumped on here. I'm not in my studio, so I don't have everything in front of me.
That one.
But I'd be more than happy to provide everything.
We have it on the screen right here, and Dr. Falk has already addressed that. Said in 2011, when he published it, they were legit. In 2012, they became illegitimate, and we have a quote here that shows that at the time they're okay, they're new, and they went in a different direction. So, anyway,
That happens.
I have not
Publishing
found any
is
substance.
changes.
I have not found any substance in any of your arguments, Oz, as why you disagree with Falk. I know that you don't like his hair. There was no comments about Dr. Bowen's hair in Dr. Falk's video, but I guess you don't like David Falk's hair. So I guess that has everything to do with scholarship and everything to do with what's wrong with David Falk.
I didn't say anything about his hair.
Yeah, that's what you said. You have no substance. You don't have any academic substance to come against what Dr. Falk said. You just disagree with his hair because that's the type of guy you are. You don't know anything. So you say he has all these underhanded remarks, and I'm saying you're underhanded, and that's what you see. But that's not what we see when we listen to Dr. Falk's review.
You don't like what I said. Okay, fair enough, but that's not the same as refuting it. And don't think you have. Because, you need reasons for refuting something, not just not liking it.
No. I didn't. I never even got to your argument. Like, I haven't even got to your argument.
Oh, wow.
Exactly. You never got to the argument. That's what we're saying. 3 hours, no argument.
Wait, guys. Oz, since you're here and you, Oz, since you're here and you're bringing up about the argument, let's, Oz, since you're here right now, and so is Dr. Falk, it's a good time to talk about the argument and why you think it's false or wrong.
No, we can't get to the argument until
why?
Can I finish?
Sure, go ahead. But I'm still.
I don't know. You're not letting anyone else finish.
All right, I'll shut the fuck up. You guys talk. Jesus Christ.
Well, to be honest, I'm thinking of ending the stream soon because I need to do things. So I think Smokey wants to come in. I don't know. Smokey, send me a message. And Mike Winger. Hey, Mike. What have I stumbled upon? Hey, man, you're going to enjoy the stream. God bless you. It's good to see you here. And Mike, we should do a collaboration sometime. We should do like a interview Q&A or something.
Hi, Mike.
Okay, so my closing remark is, I think someone way back in like the first hour mentioned that this is good. I think it was biblical. What's his name? Anyway, no, it was you, Chandler. You said you're going to do a PhD soon or something, and this is like a good exercise in the nuances of publishers and So maybe you have everyone say your final piece and. Yeah.
As far as that, or just in general?
If you want anything, man, just yeah.
Well, I guess since you're here, I have the questions. So, for me personally, my master's thesis is more devoted to, I guess, the Hebrew Bible and the Old Babylonian period in Mesopotamia, and I'm trying to figure out for the PhD programs which direction to go with. Either more the linguistic route or the more Assyriological route or archaeological route. I know for the linguistic side, I'm already taking extra classes in Hebrew because I know I need a little bit of extra Semitic language, under my belt before I can get into a Hebrew Bible / ancient Near East program. But what are some of the other things I need under my belt? Do I need to get a second master's degree? Can I go right into a PhD with something like ancient Near Eastern studies or Archaeology, or what would I need to get under my belt before I go straight into those programs?
You'd need a second language. Consider Akkadian.
That's what I was considering.
Okay,
Was
consider Akkadian.
yeah.
Also add some Ugaritic. That'll give you an excellent foundation for comparative Semitics.
And
then you can take your Hebrew Bible and raise it up to the next step.
Okay. And do you say like learning on our own, or are there universities that you know of that you think, well, it would be good to take
there's
this
an
course
advantage to learning it through a university, in which case, like for example, when you go work later on in, say, at an institution, if you work at an institution that is accredited, they will look at your past transcripts to see what languages you have, to see if you're competent to actually teach them. So, you can always learn it on your own, but I will say a couple things about Akkadian. It's an exceptionally difficult language. You are not going to get the same level of competency learning it on your own as you would taking it at an institution. But it also, if you take it at an institution, it's going to serve you well later on when you work at an accredited institution.
But you don't think that I would have any issue getting into a PhD program?
There's always an issue with getting into a PhD program. It's really, really difficult and really competitive. All PhD institutions, all PhD programs right now are highly competitive, hard to get into. A lot of it's going to depend upon the recommendations of your advisors, who knows whom. That's just an unfortunate portion of the field right now.
Gotcha. Thanks.
My pleasure.
All right, so what I'm gonna do is for the sake of, the deductive approach to Chandler, you said your piece. So what I'll do is I'll just put you in the back room, but I'll put everyone back in if you want to come in and chat again. So, all right, who's next?
I'll say this. I think Oz summed it up really well when he said we never got to the argument. And that's what we're trying to say. We never got to the argument. So Dr. Falk was reviewing the video as presented, and he had his arguments. And it didn't involve hair. It didn't involve popcorn. It didn't involve all these other things. It didn't involve a master's thesis. It would involve the content. And so I think that when many people come to, they automatically have this bias. Because you have faith, because you hold the faith, then we discredit you because we can't get to the arguments academically. We have to instead fight you first because we don't believe you because you already are a person of faith. So I would encourage anyone. I don't know if you've gotten this far, if you listened to the whole thing, if you just come to the end to try to see the wrap up, I would scroll back to where you get right before Oz pops in. There's about 10 to 15 minutes that are key, I think, to this whole thing, where Dr. Falk talks about his experience with Dr. William Dever and how Dr. Dever confronted him and yet later come up behind him and said, good job, you stuck to your guns, and how Dr. Dever, through his life and his journey, exemplifies scholarship where he changes his views as he goes through. He sees evidence and he says, you know what? Maybe I wasn't right back then. So what I did back in that date, what was it, 2006? I cannot say today. So I have grown. So most of the audience might be familiar with Dr. Heiser on his website, drmsh.com, has recently posted a similar thing about how one grows. And all I've seen is vitriol from Oz, and he's not willing to change his position. So it doesn't matter what we say. He doesn't care because he's not willing to grow or change his position. He never gets to the argument. He only argues because we are wrong, because we are people of faith and we have nothing to say and nothing to add to the conversation. And we at the outset are discredited immediately. And they never get to the argument. Look at Dr. Dever's story that Dr. Falk shares. just about 10 to 15 minutes before Oz pops on. And that shows you someone who is changing their view because they see the data. And that's what Dr. Falk's point was, that there is a movement now moving away from the higher criticism, the German higher criticism of the previous century, and moving into something else. Because in the postmodern and beyond, they are starting to see things differently. And they're not just doing old school now. They have decided to go back to the original and give respect where respect is due and look more at the data points. And yes, we do have Belshazzar. Yes, we do have evidence of David. Does it prove the Bible? Those one fact alone? No, but there's enough factual evidence to surround the Bible to give it some credibility. And I would choose to believe the Bible because it comes to us preserved by such a long tradition, as opposed to believing someone like Oz. Just, I'm sorry, but I'm going to do that.
All right, thanks, Theo. God bless you. And Theo, let's keep in touch as well. I've been in the midst of a lot of work and so on, and we'll do some studies together on the weekend. One second, Avatar. So, all right, Theo, I'll just put you in the back room. Don't leave.
Yeah.
So there you go. Okay, Avatar had a quick question. Go for it, because this is closing.
I also want to say something real quick.
Yep.
I'm looking at the comments, and Raging Atheist seems to be trying to pick a fight with somebody else in the comments.
No, that's all right. It doesn't bother me.
Okay, I was just wanting to make sure of that.
Yeah.
I did want to ask Mr. Falk if Holy Kool-Aid ever did respond to his video on him responding to Holy Kool. Let me phrase this better. If Holy Kool-Aid ever did respond to David Falk's response to him.
He hasn't yet. From what I gather, he still is intending to. And he is, I think, being a lot more cautious this time. He kind of realized he overstepped the line last time. So, I think he sort of learned from the last experience. So from what I gather, Holy Kool-Aid is still sort of going to do a response, but he's just making sure he does it right. And frankly, that's commendable. That's commendable. If he wants to do it, that's fine, and he's going to do it right. That's even better. Then we can have a serious discussion and a serious engagement. And I'm cool with that.
Sweet. Avatar, any closing words?
I do want to say thank you for letting me ask this question, Rob. I was watching the entire video from start to finish, and I gotta say, it was a bit of an interesting video.
Yeah.
I wasn't too big a fan of Oz's sense of arguing, and I know I'd be a hypocrite for commenting on his amount of cursing because I have a sailor mouth myself. But at the same time, I can't say that I've cursed as much as he did in one sentence. So I'm just going to shut up now.
You've never read any Stanley Hauerwas, have you?
God bless you, Avatar. I'll put you in the back room. All right, who's next?
This is one thing I want to ask Dr. Falk. I sort of kind of have looked into Middle Egyptian, been a little lax lately, though I'm trying to get back into it. But this is one thing I've noticed more frequently. Why were the Egyptians during this period not more creative with their verbs?
More creative with their verbs?
Yeah, like the verb form itself, it's still the same whether it works in masculine or feminine subject. Again, I'm still introed into it.
Okay.
But that's something that I noticed. I'm like, okay.
The verbal structure of Egyptian does actually go through quite a bit of transformation. Now, when you talk about, you have to take the Egyptian verb in the context of its entire history. In, say, the Old Kingdom, the verb, we don't actually see the morphology of the verb change a lot. but that's because of the development of the written language, what we call orthography. Now, we do see some change in the verbal form in the Middle Kingdom. And, that takes on some new forms like the subjunctive, the second tense. It does actually have a lot of various forms, and it does have quite a bit of diversity. And the way the Egyptian language, say in the Middle Kingdom, achieves sort of diversity and sort of range of thought is by coupling subordinate clauses to the end of it. So that's how it achieves that verbal range. Now, when you get into the New Kingdom and late Egyptian, you get a complete sort of transformation of the Egyptian language that has a lot more variety and a lot more nuance to the verbal forms. So it compensates for, say, that sort of more that lengthy structure you find in Middle Egyptian to a more compact structure with greater verbal range during late Egyptian. The unfortunate thing is that late Egyptian is taught quite late in the pedagogy of teaching Egyptian. So typically when you learn Egyptian at, say, an institution, you'll do 1 year of Middle Egyptian and then a year of Middle Egyptian text, so you get practice at doing it. And then in the third year, they give you late Egyptian. And then fourth year, they'll give you Coptic. So that's typically how it works.
So the later stages of Egyptian, it's the economy of the language is much more diversified.
Yeah, it's the later you get, the more complicated Egyptian gets. Now, Coptic, you have, say, the syntax of late Egyptian, but now with the introduction of Greek and extended forms.
Yeah, because I got a book on Coptic. It goes through the various dialects of them from Egypt. I haven't really looked too much into it.
Late Egyptian is actually, if you know late Egyptian, you've got at that point a pretty good handle on the language. But as I said, it's almost a completely different game than Middle Egyptian. And Middle Egyptian is your classical Egyptian language. Get a good foundation in Middle Egyptian, and the rest can be pretty much easily learned. But it's still different.
I got you. Thanks for clarifying that.
My pleasure.
Yeah, because that's what really threw me off. It's like, okay, why is this still the same when the subject's entirely different?
Yeah. There's idiosyncrasies to Egyptian that you just gotta have to come to terms with.
Yeah, because I've more looked into Hebrew and Levantine Arabic.
Yeah.
So yeah, the verse.
It's not Semitic; it's Hamido-Semitic. So there's an influence of the Semitic language. You have some Semitic influence there, but there's still those African roots of language there.
Yeah, like Z and Zet and Is and Isa. Because I'm in a group where I'm interacting with conscious folk, and some of them try to claim that Hebrew is from Egyptian. I'm like, no, dude, it's not. Go sit in the corner somewhere.
Yeah, Hebrew does not come from Egyptian, but we do find Egyptian vocabulary in Hebrew, especially during, say, what we would call classical or early Hebrew. Classical or early Hebrew does have a fair amount of Egyptian vocabulary in it. Like, for example, Necheru, which is the Egyptian word for river. Suf for reeds comes from the Egyptian word tuf. And there's a lot of Egyptian vocabulary in the Torah.
Yeah, makes
that's
sense.
Become incorporated into, say, early Hebrew. But the language itself is a Semitic language, and it comes from an Amoritic dialect.
Yeah, that makes sense due to the nature of the Exodus and Israelites being in Egypt during that period, and also Egypt dominating Canaan at that time and having their hegemony.
Well, really a lot more the fact that they were living in the Nile Delta at the time. That's really where it comes from. Because frankly, the hegemony that we find in Canaan, the Egyptian influences really does not extend beyond, say, the garrison towns. And the garrison towns are really only sparsely manned. The garrison towns are really just there to collect tribute and to be monitoring stations. They're not there to enforce a government. They're there to sort of maintain a hegemony, an influence. You know, there's a difference between imperial control and hegemonic control. And the difference is essentially that hegemonic control is always present, always there, but it's taking a soft touch.
Yeah, so whatever interactions in Canaan would have just been
kind of like the United States has sort of a hegemonic control over the Philippines, but really is not in charge.
Yeah, like say a ambassador and as well as a military garrison in a specific locality, and whatever interaction would have just been between the elites in control as well as the Egyptian military garrisons in that area.
Egyptians didn't like to spend money on imperial conquest. They didn't like spending money on that. They wanted the money flow to come into the country, not out of the country.
Yeah, because
and
it's more expensive to maintain.
Yeah, it's expensive to maintain an imperial holding. It's expensive. So they were not into expense. They were trying to shore up a country that was racked with 3,000 years of inflation. Now think of how much inflation's involved over 3,000 years. Exactly. And that's what they were doing, was grabbing all this tribute from Nubia, from Canaan, to shore up that inflation.
And people wonder why Rome fell.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't look at the realities of the
economics of imperialism.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, more particularly the Western branch, the Eastern, fell apart much later due to its own circumstances. But they never learned why Egypt wanted to limit their scope and control over that area.
It's why Egypt never went past the Orontes. It's not that they couldn't, it's that they knew better.
I just want to say, Spartan says, getting into the weeds on a random topic after this wild stream is amazing. I'm allowing it because, I mean, I'm not suggesting that Bone or Kip are thinking that Falk doesn't know his stuff, but it's just a verification that he does know his stuff. And Amir here, who's a friend, Facebook friend, this is your first time, I think, interacting with Falk, and just off the cuff remark about linguistic issues and so on. Here you go, an expert in the field, engaging directly with the questions at hand. So
Egypt's been an on and off hobby, sort of, kind of, because again of the context of what I'm involved with in certain groups on Facebook, and so I'm trying to learn as much as I can about ancient Egypt as well as the language, because both of those categories of Egypt are oftenly abused within the quote unquote conscious end quote community in that context.
Cool.
All right, Amir, any closing comments before I put you in the back?
Well, my apologies that I showed up so late. I had to work, and I work in retail, and I had to take the time to get all that grogginess off of me. Nature of retail.
Hey, man, it's still icing on the cake that you still came in, and it's all good.
Yeah, that's true. But it was good talking to Dr. Falk, even though it was minimally on particularly this issue in regards to the Egyptian language as well as its origins and, of course, the history.
My pleasure.
And God willing, hopefully interact somewhere down the line to expound more on these issues and etc. Or maybe he'll be on BK Apologist's channel again, and maybe
he's a brother.
Oh yeah, he is. And also, it was good interacting also with Oz on the stream. I would bet it was a bit contentious and got a little heated. But thank you, Dr. Falk, and for taking the time to discuss on this issue as well. But forgive me, I have not been keeping track in regards to what's been going on with you and Bowen as of late. So just a lot of craziness has been coming up, throwing me off track.
All right, God bless, brother.
الرب يكون معكم يا حبيبي.
Amen. Okay, who's next? So you have Raku, Digi, and Oz.
I don't have much to say because I'm like really tired, but that was an entertaining stream. I wish we got into. I wish they reviewed more of the video. It would have been very interesting, but I kind of liked the little argument we got into near the end, although it was kind of chaotic. But you know, it's kind of fun, exhausting, but you know, yeah, I'll probably join the next stream if it's, you know, more productive. But I had fun. I wish I talked more, but it was nice being in here with Falk. I'm a big fan of your work. Well, thank you.
Uh,
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, thank you for changing my views on stuff like the Exodus. It's pretty cool. I used to be an early dater. I fell for the patterns of evidence Kool-Aid. So, yeah. Anyway. Well, I'm glad you found it helpful. Yeah. That's I why love your we're channel. there, is to serve. We're there to serve and to bring the best biblical scholarship to the public. I appreciate it. God bless you guys. I'm going to bed. I have class at like 12 o'clock. Yeah. Well, God bless you too, and get lots of sleep. Math too. My least favorite subject. Ooh. See you guys.
See you, mate. Okay, Raku. You can, even if you have nothing to say, you can say goodnight if you want. I don't mind.
Well, I would like to say that this night was productive in its own manner of speaking. There was a lot of information to be gained from Dr. Falk's insights here, as well as a genuine dialogue, as it were, or an attempt of that dialogue made here in order to at least, I suppose, address points of contention that otherwise wouldn't make sense in the context that they've been addressed in. But as such, it was a good stream, Robert. I do appreciate it. Dr. Falk, I do appreciate your work as well, all things considered. I am going to buy one of your books soon. I haven't gotten around to doing that, but that will be on my list of to do. And that's essentially all that I have to say.
Well, thank you very much.
No problem.
Sweet. God bless you, Raku. It's been a while, but it's good to see you here, brother. Oz, any last words?
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, I'll just say to the gentleman that he was one of the first ones to speak when it comes to faith or believing something in faith. That never even came up in this conversation, and I don't. I love to talk to people about faith, but I don't dismiss people or dismiss their positions just because they bring up faith. I felt that was a misrepresentation of anything that was talked about at all this evening. But when it comes to the topic at hand with Falk and Bowen, the more I'm thinking about the fact were brought up, so to speak, when now that I'm thinking about it, Falk was just reviewing a video that Josh did with Derek, and everything else was brought into it. To me, the more I think about it, I think Falk, maybe you and I, or you and Josh, or the three of us, whatever, have a further conversation about it, because I just don't. I'm still struggling to land the the connection, and how we go from lining up his academics and whether his book was self-published or published by a company, but then go to a video and critique the video and make the claims that you did against it. But maybe that's part of the disconnect. Like I really am trying to dissect this and figure out how do we get to the bottom line. So if you're willing up to it, maybe we have that conversation. But I'm trying. I really am trying to figure it out, and I guess that's all I'll say.
Yeah, go for David if you need to clarify that, because I think that's a very good. Oz, I really appreciate the honesty that you just demonstrated in that concluding remark. So,
yeah, I'm really not against Josh's book. I was really reviewing the video. Now, on the video, the book is featured prominently. So it's kind of like the 800-pound elephant in the room. So, you really sort of can't get past a review of the video, which is really the intent. The intent was to review the video and what was said in the video, without also saying at least something about the book,
Which by the way, people asked Falk to review the video. It's not like Falk just went out of his way.
People have asked me to review this video several times. So it's not just... Okay,
so
I don't have anything against the book. It could be a great book. I mean, it might be a fantastic book. I don't know.
So that's I want to jump in so that I have clarity, because I'm trying to be intellectually honest right now. So you have not read the book.
Have not read the book.
You have not read the book, so you can't critique the book.
I'm not critiquing the book.
This is just about the video.
It's just about the video. I'm not critiquing the book.
Yep.
Okay. So
this has nothing to do with the book.
So I think even if it's privately, it doesn't have to be public. Even privately, I think it would do it justice for the three of us to chop it up and talk about it, because it definitely comes off to us, and each and every human being. Our perception is our reality. Our perception is you're going after the book, and
not going after the book.
I know. Hold on. You just said you haven't read the books, but the perception is you're going after the book and the work that went into the book, but really it goes down to that singular video. So I think
how'd you get that perception?
Well, on your video. That's what I'm saying. Your video comes off very, very like, okay, we're going to critique the video, but while we're critiquing the video, we're also going to this passive aggressive, like take slaps at the book and take shots at the book. And you brought the book. You brought the book up, and you talked
Derek
about the
brought
book
the book up.
But that's
Derek
on his channel.
brought the book up.
But that's on his channel.
Absolutely. I'm critiquing the video on his channel.
Right. But if it was about the video, the content of the video, like what the video was about, him promoting the book was just part of promoting the book and putting it.
The video I critiqued. It was an hour and a half.
But Falk,
I critiqued an hour and a half. 5 minutes at the beginning was about the book. 5 minutes at the end was about the book.
Right, but there's a thing.
Very little is said about the book otherwise.
Well, no. You do. You go into how it's self-published and what does it mean if it's
is that untrue?
No, but hold on.
Is that untrue?
But no. Stop.
Okay.
Stop. That's. Is it about the video or is it about the book?
10 minutes out of an hour and 50 video is about the book. 10 minutes.
Why? But why?
And you only reviewed those 10 minutes, by the way.
So. But hold on.
Well, actually, 5 minutes because
you actually just did the 5.
But guys, because you keep that's the thing, and this is where I get frustrated. Is you're minimizing that like it's no big deal.
What did I say about the book?
Oh my
what
God.
did I say about the book?
Are you even again? Okay. I'm giving you the last word. There was a sense of clarity on your end, Oz, and now you've just nosedive straight down. I mean,
No,
where's your train of thinking here?
No, I'm not nosediving. I'm trying to be honest. I'm trying to be transparent. And Falk is the one.
Okay, did you watch the entire review? Let's just start with that. Did you watch the entire review?
Yeah,
before you did the live stream?
Falk's? Are you talking about Falk's?
Yes. Before you did the live stream.
Yes.
Did you watch the whole thing?
I watched it in entirety 2 times.
Okay. So what was your takeaway with respect to Bowen's argumentation and Fox's argumentation?
Well, but see, that's what.
Was it about the book?
Falk made it at the get-go. At the get-go.
No. What's the video? Why did Mythvision interview Bowen? What was the laid context? Right. What was the cornerstone of the video?
That is
by Mythvision.
That's what I'm saying. We're obviously on 2 different pages, because to me that at right now at this juncture, until we get past it, that's irrelevant to me, because Falk was the one that brought up the book. And kept harping on the book, and then
Oh my god!
And
you know what? Okay, Oz, I'm going to give you another 2-3 minutes. Make a closing point.
Oh, I'm good. I made my point. We're good.
All right. I'm gonna. Oh, in fact, David. All right. So Oz, I'll catch you later, mate. I'll put you in the back room. All right, David.
I think this just explains it all. I don't think there's any need for me to comment further.
Sure.
They never got past the first 5 minutes. Intellectually. Yeah. Intellectually, it didn't matter what I said after the first 5 minutes. That was just it for them. They were annoyed that their idol had been, knocked off his pedestal, and they were going to come after me with all the vitriol that they could. All right.
I'm gonna. This is my closing, which is what Daniel just says. Oz really got hung up on one part of the video, which is not one part, but like the preface of the video, really.
Yeah.
And so this is just to summarize what I understood from the video. So you have Bowen generally with the expertise that he has in the Heraldical context, and he's an ex-Christian. And now he's written his handbook for atheists, kind of like that blog, History for Atheists, or something similar like that.
Yeah.
Falk was asked to review the video. If he was asked to review something else, he would have. But it's the video that Mythvision produced, and how ironic, because it's in the context of this recently published book by Bowen. So, it's completely fair on Falk's part, again, my observation, for him to critique or respond or make an observation based on already what's sort of like public with respect to the book, the endorsements, for example, and then the general comments that Bowen was making right throughout the video. Because guess what? Yeah. He wrote the book, and he's just regurgitating in a paraphrase form the same content. Obviously, heavily watered down, because you can only do so much in 20 minutes or something. Or I don't know how long that interview was, but it was short. And then that's it. That's all Falk is doing.
The cornerstone of the video. Mm-hmm. If we can summarize his whole video down to one line, one sentence, is that Christians should not have a voice in academic scholarship because they hold faith propositions and are thus biased.
And
that's the whole summary in one line.
That is what Falk is responding to, and we, because you were going live stream in responding to Falk, it was just an off-the-cuff, last-minute thing. I asked Falk, hey, let's just do a simultaneous live stream. And that's
very productive.
And I think a lot of people
I like the way this was done.
Yeah, a lot of people has learned there's valuable things that people have learned, not so much about, say, us responding to yours, but just general stuff that has come up, in between. And
what you're told isn't always what it appears to be.
Exactly. What you know may not be so.
Yeah.
So, all right. God bless you,
Well,
David.
thank you very much for setting this up.
And,
it was very informative.
You have been very gracious with your time. That's really it. So I'm going to end the stream, guys, and God bless to everyone, and I'll probably do a Q&A like maybe on the weekend or something. So
cool.
All right, here we go.